last time we saw that? The Browns won. They won a playoff game without their head coach. That's right. Don't get him sparky. Sit, Hooper, sit. Good dog. That's right. The Browns are winning this thing, 16-13.
I really could not believe we're doing that with all these people on COVID and all these guys out. But I'm agreeing with you, man. I got Nick Mullins winning this game 24-17, and I know, man, once a Raider, always a Raider, and I'm going against my Raiders. But I watched my Raiders really the last couple weeks, and they just not playing good football. And I don't know if it changes today against this defense.
How many other teams we watch and be like, oh, they can't get it together? They come out and just explode. I wish Sparky could suit up because they need players. I think it's too much to overcome. 23-17, I got to go with the Raiders. I'm going to be the outlier here. No, honestly.
All right, so enjoy the game. Just minutes away from kickoff in Cleveland. We will see you at halftime and break it all down between Derek Carr and the Raiders, Nick Mullins and the Browns. Right after this, we're going to send it out to Joe Davis, the Hall of Famer Kurt Warner, Melissa Stark, and Steve Weiss for the Browns and Raiders. Keep it here on NFL Network.
Thank you for watching NFL Game Day Kickoff, presented by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more.
There's really only one number that matters in sports. The number one. That's why FanDuel built the #1 rated sportsbook app with the most popular parlays and faster payouts. Winning city your bank account in as little as 2 hours. So if you want the best, get the best. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers download FanDuel Sportsbook today and get an exclusive risk-free bet up to $1,000.
This game here today was originally scheduled for Saturday, but postponed till today because of COVID. And now we have a Monday Night Football doubleheader with the Silver and Black Raiders heading to the Dog Pound to take on the Browns. We'll have Vikings Bears later on, along with WWE Monday Night Raw live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. So thank you for tuning in and listening. Got some college football bowl season action on right now as well with the Myrtle Beach Bowl, Old Dominion and Tulsa, with Tulsa up 20-10 in the third quarter. Be sure to go check out my college football bowl game bowl season preview as well. But thank you for tuning in and listening this Monday afternoon, early evening, for the first of 2 Monday night games here tonight. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Hit that thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag Raiders, hashtag Browns. We'll get more into the other hashtags a little bit later on. But chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, always great appreciated as well. Whether this game was going to be played Saturday or not today with the COVID postponement, the Browns are still going to be without their head coach in Kevin Stefanski, as he's currently right now in his basement watching this game once again. They've won when this has happened before. Can they strike again? Of course, referring to the playoff win last year on the road against the Steelers. We'll see, but also quarterbacks Baker Mayfield and Case Keenum are out on the COVID-19 reserve list, so Nick Mullins will start, and actually in his first ever NFL game, first ever career start back in 2018 when he was with the 49ers. He's 5-11 as a starter over the past 4 years. He defeated the Silver and Black, so will history repeat itself there as well? Well, we'll see as well. Cleveland, in the meantime, they're also going to be without 2 offensive linemen up front, Jarvis Landry at wide receiver, Austin Hooper at tight end. So rescheduled or not, they're still not playing. So expect a lot of rushing today, lots of running the damn football with Nick Chubb and Johnson, and then the same goes for the Silver and Black with Josh Jacobs. Keep it simple, balance and consistency. Take what the defense gives you, run the ball, open up the play action, play good defense, rely on your special teams, and for the most part, in the end, especially, no turnovers. Do not turn the ball over whatsoever. Run the ball on offense, stop the run on defense, explosive plays. I have a feeling special teams today, though, is going to play a major factor. Of course, with Rich Bisaccia, the Raiders special teams coach, the interim, since taking over for John Gruden a few months back, the interim for the Browns today is also their special teams coach. So Special teams. Keep an eye on special teams today in this matchup. I feel that'll wind up in the end being the difference today. But with everybody out, whether they're injured or on the COVID list, and whether this game is being played on Saturday at 4:30 as it was, or now here Monday night at 5 o'clock, who steps up and starts fast as neither team as well likes playing from behind either. But the Raiders are coming off a road blowout loss last week against the Kansas City Chiefs, whereas Cleveland at home, they held on to beat Baltimore, who's now lost 3 in a row, which we'll get more into a little bit later on. As always, coming up at halftime, we'll have first half stats and scores and take a look around the rest of the league from this week 15, with games, of course, having already taken place on Thursday night with the Chiefs defeating the Chargers in overtime. Saturday night football, we had Indy defeat New England all day yesterday with Sunday NFL action. This doubleheader to kick off momentarily tonight, and then also doubleheader tomorrow night with Washington and Philly, along with Seattle and LA. But first things first here tonight, Raiders, Browns, First Energy Stadium in the land, about to kick off 5 o'clock on NFL Network. The first of 2 Monday night games here tonight. So once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Hit that thumbs up button. Share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, always greatly appreciated. If the Browns win, they'll take over the AFC North and be the 4th seed in the AFC playoffs for the time being. But of course, we have a few more games to be played before the playoffs do in fact begin. And the Raiders at that point in time, if the Browns do win, their season, for the most part, probably going to be over. But if Vegas, if the Raiders win, both teams then would be 7-7, and then still, of course, in the playoff picture with a few weeks to go. As we still have 4 games kick off this week 15. We had, I believe, 3, if not 4, Monday doubleheaders last year. This is the first this year. We'll have Tuesday night football tomorrow night. But in the meantime, here tonight, we're underway with the Raiders and Browns in the first of 2 Monday night games here today. Thank you once again for tuning in and listening from the 3-yard line on the return, left to right. Browns to the 27-yard line. They'll have a 1st and 10 with number 9, Nick Mullins, the Southern Miss kid who grew up loving number 4 Brett Favre, wore the 4 in San Fran with the Niners, beat the Raiders in his first ever start, signed him this past offseason, been on the practice squad, and he's going to get his first start this year because of Baker and Keenum being on COVID. So 1st and 10 from the 27. And motion man, expect a lot of Nick Chubb. 4, maybe 5, 2nd and 6 to come on the opening play. Expect a lot of rushing today. Lots of running the football. Open up the play action. Keep it simple. Just do what you got to do, of course, to move the ball downfield and punch it in for some points. That pass is complete and should be enough for a 1st down right there at the sticks, complete to Higgins. They will say short, 3rd and 1. Take pressure off of Nick Mullins. He's reliable, but, there is a reason why he is a 3rd-string quarterback, and a reason why he's not starting unless they need him to. So he's now 2 for 2 passing. 2 for 2. That pass complete to David Njoku, and that's a Brown 1st down. The Raiders, along with a few of these other teams with games, of course, being moved, postponed, still being played because with the money involved, not forfeited, as the NFL once said. The Raiders have always had that mentality, though. It's us against everyone. Because, if you like the Raiders, you like the Raiders. But then if you hate the Raiders, you absolutely hate the Raiders. And the NFL, throughout history, seems like they have, and the refs looking the wrong way, calling the delay of game penalty. So that'll back him up 5 yards. He's going to have to be told, hey, turn around next time. You're looking towards the wrong box. But sort of in gist, yeah, they're getting screwed out of still having to play this game, but with it being moved, at least it's still being played, but it's supposed to be played Saturday, not today. So they have an argument. And with what the NFL said, and then they, take that back and, no, we're going to play, and you're going to live with it whether you like it or not, and it is what it is in the end. I mean, Mark Davis is, of course, the son of the late, great Al Davis, who owned the Raiders, and Davis family still owning the Raiders, whether they're in Oakland, LA, back in Oakland, or now in Sin City. He had even said, they should have to come out to our place and play us rather than us still having to go there. But 2nd and 9, a little miscommunication off of the snap as Mullins, he waited too long to hand the ball off. And then the Raiders are right there in the backfield for the tackle for loss, taking out Nick Chubb for what would now bring up a 3rd down, I do believe, because of that penalty. Play or two ago now. So, yeah, it'll be 3rd and Austin, 3:16 here, almost 4 minutes in. So they'll, from the 40, work out of the gun with 4 wide, 2 top, 2 bottom of your screen. And they'll run a draw and nowhere for the Brownies to go. And they had a decent drive going there. I mean, they got 1 first down. The penalty sort of hurt. And then the Raiders defense started to make a few stops. The Browns at home are 5-2 this year, whereas the Raiders on the road are 3-3. They really haven't been the same team, though, since they went to Dallas on Thanksgiving and won in overtime. They're still in it, but they're going to, of course, need a win here tonight to stay alive. But they get off the field on defense. A few big tackles for loss there and force the Browns to punt here. So Hunter Renfrow, the former national champion winning wide receiver from Clemson, on the punt return to the 43-yard line. And, they'll start off with some good starting field position for their opening drive here compared to the Browns. They're about 15, 16-yard differential. But just same goes, of course, here for the Raiders. Keep it simple, run the damn ball with Josh Jacobs. They're next to last in rushing this year in the NFL. We'll see what gives. As always, I'm sure something will. But Derek Carr, of course, with his experience at quarterback compared to Nick Mullins, he's also going to have to make a few plays here tonight in order to give the Raiders the win. I mean, everybody has their opinion. That's mine. Let me know in the comments below what you think. But still hoping for a good game. I mean, I've had recently, the past week and a half, mostly every stream that I've done with live ultra long reactions, games have come down to the wire, final play of the game. So we'll see if that will continue. Once again, I said the same thing yesterday, and that struck. Dating back to last Thursday, it was Steelers-Vikings, and then last Sunday and Monday with Bills-Buccaneers, and Rams-Cardinals. Had another overtime game this past Thursday with Chiefs-Chargers, Saturday Night Football with the Colts, as mentioned, defeating the New England Patriots. And then, of course, Bill Belichick apologizing earlier today to the media. But then it's a game of inches. We saw yesterday Pittsburgh making a game-saving tackle for turnaround downs, and then the win over the Tennessee Titans. And now here we are today. The plan is we're going to watch this game in its entirety. Of course, come 8 o'clock, WWE Monday Night Raw will kick off on the USA Network short time after that. About 8:15, 8:20 Eastern time here. We'll head to Chi-Town for the Vikings and Bears, and then we'll watch that game until halftime. And then we'll sign off as tomorrow night we're also going to have live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube as well. So then, and I know I'll purge myself from now until then, as I always do anyway. But we're gonna, at halftime, first half Assassin scores as we always do. See what the hell's already happened this week. Recap it. Preview next week as well. So we'll get there when we get there. But 1st and 10 from the 43, and Carr gonna pass complete near side in the flat to his tight end and a tackle for loss. And now 2nd and long for the Raiders to begin the game. Crowd is filed in a little bit ago. It was still, and I mean, I get it. It's 5 o'clock on a Monday, but it's also, holiday season, Christmas on Saturday. Hopefully everyone has a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year as well. So, of course, this game was supposed to be Saturday. I'm sure a lot of people did have tickets to begin with, and some might have been sold since then, with people not now being able to go, but crowd has filed in. I mean, you either didn't go to work today, took off early, or like hell, you might be off for the whole week or the next 2 weeks because of Christmas and New Year's. If you're, of course, going to travel in as well. But we got NFL action. An NFL game on a Monday. This is odd. I mean, it was for the 3-4 times it was last year as well. At 5 o'clock on a Monday afternoon, with another game still to be played tonight and then 2 tomorrow. I mean, the Tuesday game last year, there was only one of them. And then how we did have a Wednesday and a Friday game on top of all that, as last year they had at least one game played every day of the week. This year it seems like they'll just miss out on Wednesday and Friday. But now with this doubleheader Monday, Tuesday's the key, to wrap up the week. But hopefully no more postponements. But we'll see when these games are in fact played, who does win and lose. But got a hold, 10 yards, I'll replay the down. So the Raiders go the wrong way now. But it's still early, still a lot of football left here today and the rest of the year, of course. But a must win for the Raiders, because if they lose, they're done for the most part. Browns, they lose, both be tied at 7-7, still in the playoff hunt. But Cleveland wins, they'll take over the division. And from their aspect, their point of view, from as a franchise at least, where they've been at the past however many years up until they made the playoffs last year for the first time since 2002. Cleveland's playing damn good football, but of course, until these teams settle down and settle into this game, it just seems to me this is how it's going to be for the time being. But at least Cleveland on defense, coming off the edge, they have Myles Garrett, no Jadeveon Clowney, as he's still out on the COVID list. But that pass complete to, I believe, Foster Renault, 87, for a decent pickup, and will now be 3rd and short for the Raiders. 3rd down and 4 maybe, depending on the spot. 3rd and medium. So Carr, 3rd and 3 officially, okay. Carr making a play and getting them in a short down in the distance to go. They have trips now near side. Play clock winding down. Get it off. They just do. Carr looking to throw, and it's going to be caught. 1st down. Deshaun Jackson, who signed early November after the trade deadline. He was cut by the Rams, as was Odell Beckham Jr. by the Browns, who's now a Ram. And they'll play tomorrow night at home against the Seahawks, and Russell Wilson's first game against them since he injured his hand. But and Seattle's on a roll, and they're still alive. That's NFC-wise. 3 of these next 4 games are in the NFC. This is one an AFC matchup. But this game was supposed to be played Saturday. Not today, but here we are because of the postponement. Raiders have a 1st and 10 from the 30-yard line, and halfway through this first quarter, hand off to Josh Jacobs, and nowhere for him to go. So the Raiders still can't run the damn football, but I'll digress. We'll see if they can keep chipping away at it. Both these teams, for that matter, throughout this game. But Deshaun Jackson with the big 1st down there, and the drive will continue. And I mean, they're in field goal range. Daniel Carlson has a big leg, and I would think if they do end up having to settle for 3, they should get on the board with a field goal and take an early lead. But 2nd and 12 from the 32 now for the Raiders. And Carr once again looking to throw. Screen complete to Josh Jacobs, and he's going to get out of bounds for another Raider first down at the 15-yard line. Yeah, work the screen game into it as well with Jacobs, and Kareem Hunt's out for Cleveland as well. But, you have Nick Chubb and Ernest Johnson, who they have both worked into this game early on. But, like I said, with the Raiders, I mean, they had a big win on Thanksgiving at Dallas against the Cowboys. Since they fired Gruden, though, and then, of course, Henry Ruggs with his incident. Of course, they signed Deshaun Jackson. He's played all right, but they really haven't been the same team that they were at the start of the year compared to now. But it's not how he starts, how he finishes. And it's a long damn season. I get it. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some. Everybody around the league at least has one loss. Nobody's undefeated at this point in time this year like the Steelers were last year. But just, of course, in the hunt, you're going to want to win. But if as Carr's going to roll out on 1st and goal, and he's going to dive and not get it. The previous play, they hit a man out of the backfoot over the middle for a big gain. Set up this 1st and goal from the 3. Now 2nd and goal from about the 1.5, 2-yard line. But, yeah, okay, down to 1, it looks like. 2nd goal from there. See if they draw up here. They're going to roll some subs in. So 2nd goal officially from the 2. They're going to bring in Marcus Mariota. Marcus Mariota going to line up at quarterback. Carr lined out near side by his lonesome. 2nd goal from the 2. And Mariota going to hand off, and nowhere. He should have kept it for himself. He would have walked in for a touchdown. They'll have a 3rd and goal now from the 2-yard line. I don't know what they were trying to do there. Of course, decoy, catch defense off guard, but it doesn't work. And now we got a penalty. I thought I heard a whistle, and they're going to have another holding. And they'll replay the down. And so now 2nd and goal from the 12. Yeah, you take the penalty there. You don't want a 3rd and goal from the 2. Even though you'd want a 3rd and goal, get off the field, one more play. They'll have a 2nd and goal now. The Raiders will from the 12-yard line. No, but in a must-win, scenario, yeah, you have to win. At least I'd hope you'd want to win, unless you're throwing the game. But, there's a few teams top of the leaderboard right now that it's always, even though you don't want to lose, like last night with Tampa, Brady got shut out for the first time in 15 years. The Bucs lost 9-0 against the Saints. As he's 1-4 against New Orleans since he's joined Tampa Bay, but he's winless in the regular season. The only win was in the playoffs last year. It's better to lose towards the tail end of the regular season if you're in that position than in the playoffs, because you lose in the playoffs, you're done for it. But if you're hot down the stretch, playing damn good football November, December, January, making a run at it, you're in good company. And Cleveland, okay, Raiders wanted the timeout. Cleveland might have jumped, but then a false start. We'll see what the penalty is. It's 3rd and goal for the silver and black as the Zebras huddle. This is going to be against Cleveland, it looks like, unless they give them the timeout. Prior to the penalty, Raiders are going to be awarded a timeout. Boos from the crowd. Last year, the Raiders went to Cleveland. I remember watching the game because it was on in my area. They went to Cleveland and won. Before, of course, the draft was hosted on the banks of Lake Erie. Be sure to check out my NFL Draft and Pro Football Hall of Fame vlog right here on the YouTube channel as well, as I attended the draft and visited the Hall of Fame afterwards. But both teams have decent seasons this year. Like I said, though, Raiders with throughout the year from the midway point on, they haven't been the same, it seems like. Even though they have won a few more games, they're barely treading water right now. And trips in a bunch near side, 3rd and goal after the timeout from the 6-yard line. Carr in the gun, looking far side on a fade, and it's going to be caught. Touchdown, Brian Edwards. Touchdown for the Silver and Black, and they take an early 6-0 lead pending the upcoming extra point with 3:41 to play in the opening quarter.
We often like to think that it's all about scheme in the red zone. I'm a firm believer it's all about playmakers making plays.
Right on the money, back shoulder on a fade, and Edwards goes up and grabs it and comes down with it, both feet in bounds. That's a catch. That's a touchdown. Yep. Drug the back foot as well, so that's clearly a catch. And now Carlson on for the extra point. And that's going to be up and good. Raiders 7, Browns nothing. 3.5 to play in the first quarter. Myrtle Beach Bowl, Tulsa with the football with a 13-point lead early fourth quarter. This is a lone college football bowl game on today. We'll have 2 tomorrow, which we'll see the latter of the 2. We'll probably catch the tail end of the first one as well with the famous Idaho Potato Bowl on the blue turf, playing on teal turf in this Myrtle Beach Bowl on the campus of Coastal Carolina, who Chanticleers are arguably, as they won their bowl game Friday night over Northern Illinois, one of the best, if not the best team in the state of South Carolina, above Clemson and South Carolina, and even South Carolina State, who beat Jackson State for the HBCU National Championship in the Celebration Bowl on Saturday as well. But we have 1 college bowl game today, 2 tomorrow, and in the nightcap, it'll be UTSA and San Diego State from the Lone Star State of Texas. And then Armed Forces Bowl Wednesday. Thursday, we got 2 more college bowl games along with Thursday Night Football with 49ers and Titans from Music City. And then, of course, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. 1 college bowl game each day there. Hopefully everyone has a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. We'll have 2 NFL matchups on Christmas as well with the Browns and Packers. And Colts Cardinals, as the Cardinals lost yesterday on the road for the first time this year to the Detroit Lions, picked up their 2nd win of the season. And then, we'll get into NFL Week 16 and into the new year with, once again, hell of a lot going on right now in sports. But once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. Christmas Day football on Fox and NFL Network. We've got a doubleheader today with NFL Network and ESPN for Monday Night Football, and then a doubleheader tomorrow on Fox. NFL Network will be the home to the final Thursday night game of the year on Thursday. And then the doubleheader on Saturday again, as we're supposed to have a doubleheader on Saturday this past week with this game and the Patriots-Colts, but this moved, of course, till right now because we're live right now with the Raiders on top by 7, driving and scoring on their opening drive, 3:41 to play in this opening quarter, another kickoff and a touchback. 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. So they'll give us a flashback. Yeah, it's when the Browns went to Pittsburgh and beat the Steelers in the playoffs in front of no fans with a lot of coaches and players on the COVID list then. And the Raiders, last year the Raiders didn't make the playoffs, but the Browns did, and they steamrolled the Steelers. Before Pittsburgh did come back and made it a game, but it was a little too late in that high-scoring affair that sent the Steelers packing for the year. But first and 10 from the 25-yard line. Yeah, I think if the Browns win again tonight, no doubt about it, all coaches are going to want to coach from home, calling in from a walkie-talkie. And, I mean, be bold, yeah. He also said be aggressive, but with a third-string starting quarterback, yeah, I don't know about that much. 7-yard run up the middle, 2nd down and 3. No, but yeah, if they win again, they're 2-0 with him not coaching. Well, that's not good for him because they can win without him, and then he, gets back to it. And whether they're winning or losing, they might end up moving on from him. But yeah, all coaches I would think are going to want to at least try to do that once, just to say they did it for the hell of it, and see if they win then too. Because if it works out, it works out, and hell, you don't even need to be there. You can coach remotely, and still be credited with the win, and then your success as a coach. I mean, because he's really, I think there might have been one or two others this year. I know in college football there were a few this year, early in the season, but Kevin Stefanski might be the first and ever head coach in the NFL right now in history to have won at least, and now maybe 2 tonight, games as the head coach, coaching from his home in his basement, not actually even being there. But they're down by 7. They have the 2nd and 8, still early first quarter, a lot of football left, but we'll see what Nick Mullins draws up here on 2nd and 8, now under 2 to play, under center, and Njoku in motion, and from the 41-yard line again. And that seems like a good starting spot or common starting spot for both of these teams early. But, that's good field position. He gets drilled as he gets rid of it, but he finds Donovan Peoples-Jones wide open, and he can't catch it. He drops it. You got to be kidding me, dude. Catch the damn ball. You're wide receiver in the NFL. You're being paid to catch footballs, and you can't catch it. Come on now. They fake the give to Chubb, roll out near side, and boom, right as he got rid of it. That's a catch and a drop. That's on 11. That's on the former Wolverine, who should have the Browns right now 1st and 10 in Raider territory, but because of the incompletion, they have a 3rd down and 8 with a minute and a half to play in this opening quarter. And in the meantime, he's going to be in motion. Mullen's going to be in the gun. They have trips in a bunch now, top of your screen, left to right. Crush television screen ready and on it on. Once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Mullen's going to step up, and it's going to be caught, but short of the line to gain. From here, it's going to be a long field goal, about 53, maybe 54-yarder. Yeah, short, be 4th down and about 4. Of course, you hear noise in the background, just some dogs barking. But, yeah, we'll see what they draw up here. Maybe hell, even go for it. No, they're going to punt, pin them deep, make them drive rather than kick the long field goal. It's December. It's cold. They're right on the lake. The wind's coming in. Of course, play it safe. Still early. You haven't done jack shit, though, on your 2 opening drives, so eventually you're going to have to get head out of your ass and play some better football. But on the punt return again, it's going to actually roll out of bounds. Did Renfro touch it? Doesn't look like it. Almost looked like it was going to roll in the end zone, but it rolled out right at the last second, and they'll have a 1st and 10 from inside the 10 somewhere. No, nobody touched it, and it'll be from, looks like the 3-yard line, 1st and 10 for the silver and black when we return. So they're going to have to drive the length of the field. That's a, good punt. That's a corner coffin punt. You pin them deep, and you make them drive, which they already have, but they had good starting field position to begin that touchdown drive, so they didn't have to go as far. But same time, though, you yourself, the Browns, for the most part, you've had some decent starting field position, but you haven't been able to do jack shit. So credit to defenses. Raiders have been able to get off the field. Browns on that one Raider touchdown drive, almost, even with the penalties, they were able to capitalize and move on and forget it even happened, and were able to still score a touchdown there. So 1st and 10 when we come back, double commercial break this Monday afternoon with these 2 football games on. Monday before Christmas. But we'll get back to the action here momentarily as we're actually towards the end of the game in Myrtle Beach Bowl, and then towards the end of the first quarter here in this first of two NFL Monday night games tonight with the Raiders and Browns, and then to follow once again Vikings and Bears. Minnesota's coming off of a home Thursday night win last week against the Steelers, so they get a mini bye plus an extra day playing on Monday night. So we'll see how that game goes. Like I said earlier, we're going to watch this in its entirety. We'll see who comes out on top. But then once Raw starts, turn that on. And then, of course, watch till halftime for Minnesota and Chicago. Still feels odd. It's a Monday at 5. Now 5:30, quarter till 6 for an NFL game to be played. But sort of, obviously I've gotten used to it, but we had this happen 3 times last year. Twice actually in a 3-week period in October of last year, and then the other was a little bit later on. But yeah, they're going to play the games, and they know people are going to be tuning in, so that's why the games are still going to be played, because there's too much money on the line. 1st and 10, pass complete near side to Zay Jones to the 9-yard line, and Derek Carr is now 9 for 9 for 90 yards passing. 90 plus yards passing, excuse me. We'll pull up some stats and scores here in a second, but he's playing right now a near perfect game. I mean, perfect in passing, no doubt about it, but they got to find a running game, though. If they can find a running game with a lead, and then find out if they can run the football and they need to late in the game, especially going on the road. Cleveland jumped off sides. There's about a half a second. Okay, clock expires. That was right on the dot. Game clock and play clock, right? Simultaneously expiring. So end of the first quarter. So they don't snap it. Cleveland was jump, be on that first down, but be second down and short for the Raiders to begin the quarter when we return, as they have a 7-0 lead on the road against the Browns. But last week they went on the road as well and got their ass kicked. They literally got blown out. And for any team pregame, if you stand on your opponent's logo at midfield, you're going to lose, because the same damn thing happened to the Titans yesterday against the Steelers. Because they did that to Kansas City, and Kansas City put it to them, but they turned the ball over way too many damn times. At least they haven't done that yet. But still, got to find a running game. Derek Carr, yeah, he's 9 for 9. Okay, only 82 yards passing and a touchdown. That to Brian Edwards from 5 yards officially out. Yeah, there's no running game for either of these teams. I mean, Nick Chubb, at least he has 3 carries, 5 yards. Carr only has a carry for a yard, and Jacobs 2 for 2. And then receiving, Renfro 2 and 19. Also, at least in the return game, we got him in a good starting spot for the last touchdown drive. I know they're having to drive the length of the field this time around because of the good punt, pinning him out of bounds. But Renfro 2 catches 19 yards, Jacobs 1 for 17. Foster Moreau has a catch for 14 yards. Peyton Barber 1 for 12. Sean Jackson had that big third down conversion, catch for 11 yards. Edwards has a touchdown on 5-yard reception. Zay Jones 1 for 5. So they'll have a second and medium, 2nd and 5 here to begin the second quarter. Whereas Nick Mullins, starting in absence of both Baker Mayfield and Case Keenum because they're on the COVID-19 reserve list, is 6 of 7, 33 yards passing. Chubb 3 for 5 on the ground, and then David Njoku has the bulk, has about half of those 33 yards receiving, 2 for 16, and then it's balanced. The other receivers catch for a max of 6 yards total for Donald Peoples-Jones, Rashard Higgins, Felton, and Nick Chubb out of the backfield as well. So 7-0 Raiders to begin the second quarter of play. 2nd and 5 officially from the 9-yard line. Zay Jones going to be in motion in the slot now near side as they switch ends. Raiders left, right, vice versa for the Browns. It's caught, but then dropped by Morneau. Incomplete, 3rd and 5 rather than a catch and a fumble. They say incomplete, which was probably the right call because it doesn't look like he ever possessed the catch. Even though he did sort of go down. Yeah, that's incomplete. He took maybe a step and a half, but not 2. Ball went out of bounds anyway, and they were last to touch it. They still maintained possession, 3rd and 5, so it would be a wasted challenge for Cleveland. Trips in a bunch near side, 3rd and 5, following incompletion. And Carr gets pressured on a 5-man blitz, going to go deep, and has a man, and it's incomplete. And Zay Jones, and they're going to throw a flag at the 45-yard line. And that was just a heave. Hopefully he's there, and then he got a penalty on top of it. And that, we'll see if it's going to be 15 yards or a spot foul. That's a good call. That's pass interference. That's defense pass interference. It's 10 for Zay Jones. And it will be a spot foul. So they get a huge penalty to keep this drive alive. You got to capitalize off them now, Raiders. Very loud boos from the crowd, and rightfully so, but that's a good call. That's a pass interference. And Carr got drilled in the end zone as he got rid of it. Good pressure on the defense, but he was able to make a play, and they get the penalty on top of it, and they have a 1st and 10 now from the 45. Now you got to establish this run the damn football. And they will. Josh Jacobs near side. Josh Jacobs for about 4.5, maybe 5 on stiff arm. 2nd down and medium again. Just, keep it simple. Got a flag. This will probably come back. Probably make-up call. Just to make people happy. Yeah, holding 10 yards. They'll replay down. It'll be 1st and 20. More loud boos from the crowd. Whether that was against the Raiders or not, these Brown fans do not give a shit. They're letting the refs hear it. I mean, hell, some of the officiating yesterday was absolutely terrible. From whatever game you want to talk about in that regard, it was trash. It even got worse as the day went on, but it's like, as an offensive lineman, you're taught to block, do your job. Running back, run the ball. Quarterback, throw it to whoever's open. Run your play. Wide receiver for the most part, catch it. Get some yak yards and get downfield. The refs and defenders, meant to tackle. But the refs, do your job. The clear-cut penalties, okay, call them. If it's a penalty, call it. If not, let them play and forget about it. Holding, the thing is, with holding, it happens on every play. It's just a matter of fact if they call it or not. So, 2nd down and 10 for the Raiders. 45-yard line. A minute and a half into the second quarter. 3 wide. Carr complete, and Brian Edwards on another catch. And a fumble. Hunter Renfrow is going to recover it. And they're going to lose a good 15-20 yards on that play. Be 3rd and a mile back at the 40-yard line. Trying to make a play, and really when he should have went down, that was on him. He lost possession, lost control of the football. So it would have been a catch and a fumble, which it was, rather than a punch out. And then Hunter Renfrow runs it down to recover it, and then he gets tackled right away. So they have a 3rd, and we'll see officially what it is. 3rd and 21, so they need 22 for 1st down here. 3, 2, 1 on 3rd and 21. Carr gets the snap from the 44-yard line. Looking to throw. Down the middle, it's incomplete. And what a sequence that was. With everything that just happened, they're going to have to punt. Drive should have been dead from the start. They get and that's a drop by Morneau. That's a catch and a drop. Come on, you got to catch that. What I just say, just do your job. Catch football. And they get the big penalty. Drive stays alive, of course, but then on top of that, back to not being able to catch, and then almost turning it over, and almost get the punt blocked. They got to find a running game. And now Cleveland on the punt return from the 15-yard line, out of bounds. Well, he might have stepped out. But they'll mark him at the 34, 35-yard line, it looks like. 1st and 10 for the Browns. From there, when we return. So, 7-0 Raiders, second quarter. Old Dominion trying to mount a comeback. They still trail by 2 scores, though, midway through the final quarter play. 30-17. Living on Tulsa time for the Hurricanes against the Monarchs, but right now, my college ball bowl game predictions, I'm 5-3 through the first 8 games. And then we have another, I believe, total of 8 games this week from now until Saturday. If I'm not mistaken. Of course, they didn't play yesterday. They won't play next Sunday or the following Sunday because of the NFL. But good start for myself in that regard. Not how you start, it's how you finish, though. And I picked Tulsa, so hopefully they can hold on to win this. They were down early, though. First play of the game on a 100-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. Old Dominion up 7-0. But then they trailed by 7 at halftime, 17-10. And first touchdown since the first half there for them just now. They still trailed, though, but we'll see how this game plays out, along with this one, with the Raiders and Browns. First of 2 Monday night games tonight with the Minnesota Vikings and Chicago Bears once again to follow. Yeah, Aaron Andrews tonight. I won't be eating that. You can eat that all you want, but with this commercial for the one food delivery service. Yeah, no. Whatever the hell she just named off sounds disgusting, but I mean, I'd eat something else. All jokes aside, Browns 1st and 10 when we come back.
Look forward to planning with Schwab.
Back here in Cleveland, Raiders lead 7-0. Take a look at that. Big drop by Donovan Peoples-Jones on that last drive from Nick Mullen. Now sitting over on the sideline, and I was talking to Nick this week. He was saying there's a number of plays we're going to have in this game plan that I've never run in practice. So you may see a lot of that on the
1st and 10 for the Dogs. From the 34-yard line officially. And under center is Nick Mullins. And he'll hand off Nick Chubb. About a yard or so if he's lucky enough. It'll be 2nd down and 9. Thing is with Nick Mullins, as they bring up, he really hasn't practiced a lot. And it's going to be tough for him to go out and run the game plan that they want to run in order to win the game. That's why you got to keep it simple and find a running game and get the pressure off him so he doesn't have to do a whole hell of a lot. So 2nd and 9, another run by Chubb. And he'll get maybe 3-4 yards, be 3rd down and 6, it looks like. Yeah, 3rd and 6 for the Browns. If the Raider defense can get off the field right here, good. Because that's 3 straight drives. That's controlling the game here early. That's 3 straight drives by the Browns on 3 and outs and punts. But then credit to the Browns, they can find a way to get a 1st down, which they don't, and they're going to have to punt again. On a 4-yard slant over the middle, still short, be 4th and 2, and yeah, these Raiders, unless the Browns are going to go for it here, haven't done a damn thing on offense tonight. And if the Raiders can they've been able to drive. I mean, that last one stalled because of that big fumble, and they were, of course, still short, and they had to punt themselves. We've had 3 punts now by the Browns, 1 by the Raiders, but they scored in their opening drive. They're going to get it back for the 3rd time coming up. As Cleveland punts, and a fair catch at the 14-yard line by Hunter Renfrow. And they'll have a 1st and 10 from there. Up 7. Controlling the game. If they can continue to do that with a lead, extend their lead. This is a new at home with Baker Mayfield commercial. Actually, no, it's not. Sorry. It's the same one. They've been rolling out. Had a few different ones this year. But at the start there, it looked like a different one. With, of course, the holidays coming up, he was salting his sidewalk and steps, but yeah, the ones this year, of course, the yard sale one was pretty funny. Alice Cooper at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and then, yeah, giving Bernie Kosar the Wi-Fi password so he can show an old highlight of his to Baker Mayfield. But, Baker Mayfield's actually at home right now watching this game. He's not there. He's not in attendance. We'll see if Cleveland can win without him, because if they can, they're going to take over the North. If not, it'll still be Cincinnati along with Baltimore, and then Pittsburgh would have the head-to-head right now over Cleveland for 3rd place. But then everybody, division-wise, still has to play one another. So there's still a lot of football to be played. At least one more time. Because following Week 15, we still have 3 more weeks of regular season football to be played before the playoffs begin with the expanded regular season, this largest season ever in NFL history, 18 weeks, 17 regular season games, and then 14 and 32 to make the playoffs come mid-January. But if not, they're going to be 7-7, as would the Raiders with the win. Now, if they tie, they tie. But hope to God that doesn't happen. They'd both still be in it. That's why this is a must-win for the Raiders. And it's good they're up early, but they just got to continue to drive the football and do what they've done here so far and find a running game. And they should, I would think, end up winning, but we'll see. But that's where we're at. So, arrow shot of Cleveland. Yeah, 3 more games with both teams. Yeah, everybody's going to have 2 more divisional games down the stretch. Cleveland's going to be on a short week, though, which we'll get more into a little bit later on. But 1st and 10 from the 14 for the Raiders. And a handoff to Peyton Barber. And he'll cut his way for 3, maybe 4 yards, 2nd down for the Silver and Black. A lot of Raider fans in attendance making the trip. Raider Nation always travels well to begin with, but even with the holidays, like I said, it's still a Monday afternoon at 5 o'clock for kickoff. Peyton Barber on the run, and okay, there's the biggest run by either team here today. And he'll get a big 1st down run for almost 20 yards, it looks like, out to the nice cutback on a misdirection. And to the 36-yard line, they'll have a 1st and 10 from there. Run the hot hand. If he's going to be running the ball better, okay. Work Jacobs back into it, though, as well, and then even more so than not in the screen game. Carr going to step up, and he gets a yard on the carry, but for the most part, taken down right there at the line of scrimmage for a sack, but it'll be 2nd and 9. And good coverage. Carr, nothing to do, and had to do something with it. So he got a yard. They say actually no gain, 2nd and 10 still. How was that no gain when he got at least 1 yard? That makes no sense. They'll run it, and Peyton Barber on the give to the 41 for 5. Be 3rd down and 5. 8.5 to play before halftime. Both teams, actually, Raiders did call that one timeout before the penalty. They'll have 2 remaining. Cleveland with 3 timeouts, of course, plus 2-minute warning as well. See if the Raiders can keep this drive alive, potentially work some clock, score again before halftime. 3rd and 3 officially from the 42. So this drive right now, until a new set of downs, yard markers with the spots from these officials all over the place. Incomplete on a deep shot near side, intended for Sean Jackson. So 4th down, and the Raiders are on to punt again. Now, if the Browns can do something here before halftime, they're also going to get the ball to begin the second half. So whether that means right now, and probably a defensive hold or a pass interference, whatever you want to call it, they didn't call, but they're letting them play, which, for the better in the end anyway. Raiders 4th and 3, going to punt it. Browns going to have to drive, 3 timeouts, under 8 to play, and the 2-minute warning. Do something, like I said, whether they cut it and then do something early second half, take the lead, or even cut it again, okay, so be it. But if I'm Cleveland, you've had 3 straight drives now, resulting punts. Show some signs of life. Whether it's another punt or not, who the hell knows? We'll see when we come back. But honestly, I'd want to at least try to get in field goal range right now. Because, hell, you might even get the ball back once again even before halftime. So, and then still get it to begin the second half, do something there. Maybe take the lead. Maybe take the lead now in early second half anyway, with 2 touchdowns. But, that's all, of course, hypothetically speaking. From now until then, though, they'll have a 1st and 10, as I believe the ball's down inside the 10-yard line, if I'm mistaken. So they're going to have a good distance, of course, to go. Until they show us something with what they've done already tonight. And it's not much, couple first downs, but 3 straight punts. And the Browns, regardless of who's playing quarterback for them, and it is Nick Mullins, not Baker Mayfield or Case Keenum. It seems to me back to being the Cleveland Browns as we once knew them, but still a lot of football left. So from now until then, we'll see what does in fact happen. But once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. If you're enjoying it, thumbs up button. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. As well on social media, link description below. And 1st and 10 Cleveland, down 7 when we return. Richie Rich, Aaron Andrews, another Aaron Andrews commercial. Hell, she's turning into everybody else who's she purrs. I'm sure the kitty does, but no. There's a lot of active, but of course, former players or personalities. Got to make a living somehow. I get it. They're doing commercials for this, that, or the other, but she's got a lot going on for herself on her plate, no doubt about it. She's one of the best in the biz, too. 1st and 10, and from the 8-yard line, so down inside the 10 on the punt, and complete and dropped by Donovan Peoples-Jones again. Jesus Christ. So after the incompletion, 2nd and 10. And a handoff. Nick Chubb. And he'll get to the 11.5, 12-yard line for 3.5, 4-yard run. Be 3rd down and 7. Third and 6 officially. 3rd and 6 for the Browns. And Mullins looking to throw. That's a hold. He hits a screen to D'Ernest Johnson, but still no first down. 4 straight punts by Cleveland now. Just not a damn thing going their way. Hell, every dog has its day, but Cleveland right now not having a good day at all. 4th and 2, they'll punt again. And on to punt. At least the Raiders are going to have some good starting field position. Muffed punt by Renfro, and he recovers it. Still have a 1st and 10 from there, from the 40-yard line. Still a 7-0 lead. Neither team has done a lot. The Browns with 4 straight punts. The Raiders scored on their opening drive, but since then they've also punted a few times too. So another commercial break here. Myrtle Beach Bowl coming down to the wire. Final few minutes of the season for both teams, but man, just
Happy holidays, everyone.
not necessarily ugly, but we're right on the cusp of that. With not necessarily, and a 7-0 lead is a 7-0 lead, okay? You're shutting out your opponent. It's not a blowout, but when neither team's doing a damn thing, can't move the ball more than 5, 8, hell, 10 yards at a time, then, I mean, back to special teams with all these punts. If somebody could break a return or capitalize off of a turnover or two, maybe, in the end, that might end up being the difference. But until then, at least the Raiders have done something. The Browns haven't done a damn thing. They haven't. And Big Dog doesn't like that, but yeah, just question is, would they still be playing like this with Baker Mayfield or even Case Keenum? I don't know. Maybe, but probably not. It'd be a better game from start to finish, but because it's still early, and until these teams gets rolling, it still might, hypothetically speaking, be like that. I don't know, though, because that's not how this game is being played out, because, there's players that we're speaking of that aren't playing. So, we'll see what the Raiders will do, because, hell, if Cleveland keeps playing like this all day, 7-0, maybe a few more points, just extend your lead and hold on to it, that might do it for you and be enough to win the game. Because as good as your defense is playing, you're really not going to have to do a lot on offense, but eventually you're going to have to at least continue to drive the ball and get in field goal range. Got to find a running game, though. Got to find a damn running game. It just blows my mind all the time how some, if not all, these teams cannot run the football. Speaking of running the football and running quarterback, Marcus Mariota back into the ball game, 2nd and 4 from the 45, and he'll keep it himself again up the middle. 3 yards, bring up 3rd down and 1. Carr gonna come back out. So rather than a 2 quarterback system, unless he's gonna stay in, which he will, somebody's gonna be a decoy again. The last time they ran something like this, Carr gonna be out by his lonesome again, 3rd and 1. That play didn't go for any yardage on the goal to go, of course, before they ended up scoring after that penalty. Mariota going to hand off Josh Jacobs, and they get a 1st down. Got our first update down on the field tomorrow night, with both games for Tuesday Night Football going to be only local, regionally broadcast at 7 o'clock on Fox. At least we'll have in-game updates of what's going on in the other game. But tonight, right now, this is the only one on. If this goes late, we'll get into the second game with Minnesota and Cleveland a little bit late then too. But like if this runs over, which I doubt it will, we should be done by the time that game kicks off. And they'll try, I would think, to hold off and not start that game until they absolutely have to, like 8:30 at the max for the latest. Because, Monday Night Football then, as it runs till 11:30, midnight sometimes. That's why this game's at 5 and not, any earlier or any later. Because they don't want not necessarily a gap in between, but overrun and the Raiders are going to call a timeout, 1st and 10 from the 36 in Brown territory, but they're going to burn their second timeout, 3:42 to play before halftime. They'll have 1 remaining plus 2-minute warning, up 7. Of course, play it safe, smart probably. 1st and 10, yeah, just get set. But, because there's, people out there that, and I mean, I'm lucky enough to have more than one TV, but, that are only going to be watching the one game, and then once the one game gets over, they'll turn the other one on. But we'll catch, whenever the second one does start, that from the start till halftime, and then we'll sign off for the night, and then hopefully we'll tune back in tomorrow. But timeout, Raiders up 7. Browns haven't done a damn thing, just now tuning in. 4 straight punts, and Raiders scored on the opening drive. They've punted every drive since, and here we are. So,
as a leader, he's done a great job as well as Coach Masaccio and really settling things down. All the chaos that's been going on around this football team has been a hard part. You have some glue that keeps things together when things start to fall apart outside of you. And Derek Carr's done a great job of doing whatever he's had to do to keep this team in the mix.
1st and 10 Raiders after the timeout again. Another handoff, Josh Jacobs to the 30 for 6 of a 2nd and 4 with 3:33 to play before halftime. So 2nd and 4 from the 30. Another handoff. Run the damn football. Be 3rd down and short. 3rd and 2. About an hour or so in. As in the meantime, as Monday Night Countdown begins, as we almost are halftime here, Tulsa has won the Myrtle Beach Bowl over Old Dominion by your final score as it was 30-17. So no more Culture Bowl now until tomorrow afternoon. Well, this and then one more Monday night game and WWE Monday Night Raw later on tonight. Play clock winding down, maybe a little bit of a false start. 3rd and 2, they hand off Josh Jacobs again, and he's going to get a 1st down on a gain of about 5, maybe 6 yards. 1st and 10. that should take us to the 2-minute warning as well. Knocking on the door are the Raiders. And it all starts up front. You got to be able to block, to run, open up the pass. Carr may be a little play action now with 2 minutes to play to punch it in, but we'll see. Timeout, 2 minutes to play. Raiders on top by 7. 7-0 over the Brownies.
With your nose for accurate throws. Respect the power of service.
You're never responsible for
That's what Baker Mayfield's going to be saying. Wasn't me, wasn't him. If they do lose this game, of course, he was bitching to the NFL, and rightfully so, with what the league had said. And, you know, a lot of other teams with personnel and coaches and players on top said the same damn thing, you know, with their COVID postponement. First this year, actually. I'm surprised it took this long, but, you know, here we are, and that's the thing. The games are still going to, you know, get played one way or another. Whether they have to play at this time on this day or this time on that day. You know, hell, they'd probably kick off at 6 in the morning if they wanted to. That might be pushing it a little bit, but you get my point. I had said, just for the hell of it, so we would get at least one game per day of the week for the second time ever in back-to-back seasons, for the first time ever as well in NFL history. You know, move the one Tuesday game from tomorrow to Wednesday. You know, just say there's another COVID issue and you got to postpone it again or something like that. People would believe it. People fucking believe anything and everything anymore. And then the one Saturday and move that to Friday, you know, or move, because we'll have another doubleheader Saturday, early January, final weekend of the year. You know, move that to a Friday, because there's not going to be anything going on that night. And you know, you're going to get an audience because people are going to want to tune in and watch. So, yeah, plays in opponent territory. The Browns haven't been past midfield at all today. 4 straight punts on 4 straight drives, and we're at the 2-minute warning in this first half. Raiders are 1st and 10, up 7. Hand off to Peyton Barber, and he's going to cut his way up the middle for another 8.5, 9 yards. 2nd and short. We'll have first half stats and scores coming at the half as always. Recap what's already happened and what's still to come this week in the NFL, week 15, and then we'll preview next week, week 16, sometime a little bit later on. But then be sure also to stick with us. We'll stay on until halftime of Vikings Bears with WWE Monday Night Raw as well, and then also tomorrow night live watch along reactions live right here on YouTube with one of the 2 Tuesday night games. And it should be, for myself in my area, Washington, Philly, because I was supposed to get that game yesterday at 1 o'clock on Fox. But got a timeout in the meantime. Carr with a bullet on a slant complete to Bryan Edwards, who now has 3 catches, along with that touchdown. The lone touchdown by either team. And if they, like I said, can extend their lead with how Cleveland's playing, honestly, as this game dwindles down in the second half, once we get to it, still might be enough to win it. Because Cleveland hasn't done a damn thing. They are literally just frozen in place. They're like a monument. They're a statue, not moving. 1st and goal from the 6. And Carr Incomplete tunnel for Renfro, almost picked off. So 2nd and goal. Why don't you keep running the football? Why pass now? Running the football has got you to this place. Continue to run it. Don't abandon. I mean, at worst, unless you turn it over, you're going to have to settle for 3. And you'll have a 10-point lead then at that point. But you probably shouldn't, I'd hope, want a 2-touchdown lead here at the half. And then if you can force a stop really second half, score again. I mean, 2.5, 3-touchdown lead, third, fourth quarter. Like I said, 7, 10, hell, 14, if not more points might just be enough for the Raiders because the Browns haven't done shit. They haven't. Incomplete on 3rd and goal now. They'll 6 yards for pay dirt, but how this drive has gone since they've got to this point. Not necessarily stalled, but they haven't moved. So, credit the Browns defense for the time being holding them out of the end zone, but I believe it was on a 3rd and goal that Carr hit Edwards for that touchdown to take the lead, if I'm not mistaken. So, we'll see the drop here, minute 3 to play in this first half, 3rd and goal for the Raiders. Out of the gun, trips top of your screen. And they don't get it off. That's delay a game. They throw the flag, and they'll have to replay the down. 3rd and goal from the 11. Carr won the snap, didn't get it. Cussing out of the center, and stupid penalty. You know how many seconds are on the game and play clock. And you know when you need to snap the football. So that's just unacceptable, and it costs you. It's costly. It's a 5-yard penalty. You got 3rd and goal from the 11. The play call is going to change. And, I mean, it doesn't look like that play would have went for 6 anyway. So it'd be incomplete 4th and goal, and they'd be kicking a field goal. But they're getting another shot, so maybe the delay of game helps them, just like the penalty on the hold to back them up to give them a little bit more room before they scored in the last time. We'll see if history repeats itself here. Maybe the penalties are helping the Raiders. This Carr is going to step up, tuck it, and run. And Derek Carr is going to, he's going to be brought down at the 6-yard line. So they get the 5 yards back off the penalty. But just imagine, no delay game. He does what he just did there. I mean, he's brought down, if not tackled in the end zone, right at the goal line. And, I mean, you're probably going to go for it then on 4th and goal instead of kicking a field goal, but they're going to have to settle for 3 now. If, of course, he didn't score a touchdown, but they don't. And here comes the field goal unit to take a 10-0 lead with under a minute to play in the first half. They're going to reset the clock to 54 seconds as the Browns, 59 seconds, as the Browns call their second timeout. So they'll have one timeout under a minute. Raider defense, though, I mean, if they can force a big stop and tackle them out of bounds to stop the clock, force another punt, 5 straight 3-and-outs, and get the ball back. The time left, though, to have a chance to heave it. But Cleveland with one timeout, under a minute to play, 24-yard field goal right now. And if he misses, they're going to have to drive the length of the field. Kicks up and good, though, so at least they'll start on a touchback, bearing any issue on the return from the 25-yard line. 56 seconds to play in this first half. Raiders now lead it 10-0 against the Browns. But Cleveland hasn't been able to move the ball hardly at all today. They have not been in Raider territory once. They have not snapped it a single time past the 50-yard line today. 0. Big goose egg. So with one timeout and under a minute, what makes you think they're going to go hurry up and, unless the Raiders forget how to tackle, move the ball downfield, and if not score a touchdown, at least get field goal range for some points. That's why, a few drives ago, if they were able to do something, get to halftime, whether, you cut the lead or you're tied, and now you're down by even more, by 10, you get the ball to begin the second half. That's the thing. Come second half, if the Raiders are just keeping it simple, not doing a lot, but with a lead, doing what they've needed to do to that point, and the Browns still not doing a damn thing, this will be enough for them to end up winning the game. In the end, it will be. So, 10-0.
Dave, it's been 2 weeks.
Where you been, Dave?
10-zip Raiders. Putting the Browns down.
So the new law came at a perfect time.
But
Less than 30 a month, the whole family is covered.
still another half football. Hell, less than a minute. Maybe they do something. I highly doubt it, though, before halftime. But we've seen crazier shit happen before. So, until the Browns show some sign of life, this is how it's going to be for them. And for myself, as a Steeler fan, yeah, Pittsburgh lost to the Raiders back in September. They beat the Browns on Halloween. They still have to play them in 2 weeks' time on Monday Night Football. For the playoff picture, at least, for the Steelers, 7-6-1. The teams I've been rooting for this weekend, of course, Steelers. They beat the Titans. Packers won, which helped out, as Baltimore's lost their in a row. I wanted Denver to win. They didn't get the job done. But hopefully Teddy Bridgewater's okay. And then now the Raiders. And 7-7 with 4 7-7 teams behind a 7-6-1 team that probably should be 8-6, but also could be 7-7 with that tie to the Lions. You know, like that tie for the Steelers, depending on the situation, and we'll see down the stretch how it works itself out. It's helping, it's hurting, it's doing both, but in the end, will it for sure help or hurt the black and gold? But that was yesterday. They'll play at Kansas City on Sunday. Travis Kelce in the COVID protocol now too, and they're coming off of a big win Thursday night, but here we are Monday night, and they showed the 32 starting quarterbacks for the Browns since '99. Most in the NFL. They're probably wishing they were partying as they partied before whoever was number 1 to 32 the past 22 years. But incomplete near side. Another target intended for Donovan Peoples-Jones and almost intercepted. 2nd and 10, 51 seconds. Like the Browns were the Browns before they left for Baltimore. And then they re-entered the league as an expansion team. And up until recently, only 2 playoff appearances. They've been jack shit. They have been absolute trash. They have. Screen complete near side to Johnson for about 4, maybe 5 yards. Be 3rd down and medium. That's the thing. If the Raider defense on this 3rd down now can get off the field, call your timeout, you're going to have probably 30, 35 seconds to drive to do something before halftime again. But if they get a 1st down, okay, you're leading by 10 at the half. Mullins 3rd and 6. And it's caught for a 1st down as he mulls that pass. And the Raiders are, unless the Browns call a timeout here, which they do, they'll 40 seconds and a new set of downs. Yeah, Raiders aren't in any hurry to stop the clock now, and rightfully so. Why would you? They continue to advertise the upcoming schedule, and all the networks have done this, so the NFL has told people, hey, be sure to tune in and watch these games because they're rescheduled. We'll get more into what's going on, what's to come, all coming up shortly. Stay tuned. First and 10 from the 38-yard line. And Mullins almost caught by Donovan Peoples-Jones again. Incomplete. You got to catch the damn football, dude. Come on. And then with the drop, it was deflected in the air and almost picked off for the second time on this drive. Would have been a great catch, yes, but coulda, woulda, shoulda. He in the end dropped it. So 2nd and 10 from 38. And Mullins complete. And they're actually going to have a chance now, 1st and 10 from the 49, to snap the football for the first time in Raider territory, out past midfield. And they'll have a 2nd and 10 with the spike with 21 seconds to play. No timeouts, so you got to get the hell out of bounds. Of course, it's your friend in the situation. And, I mean, if you can put your team in a spot to attempt a field goal here before halftime, do something early third quarter, potentially cut it again or tie this game up, okay, we got a whole new ball game in the second half then. So 2nd down and 10 from the 49-yard line. And Mullins going to step up, down the middle, deflected, and once again almost picked off as it falls incomplete, but we got a penalty on the play. And this will probably be a defensive hold or defensive pass interference, which at least they're calling it down the middle now. Yeah, pass interference on the defense. And yeah, right there, that's a good call. Right there at the end of it, yep. It would have been a good no call if, you know, they didn't throw the flag with the contact at first, but with what happened late and how that play ended, yeah, that's a penalty. So 15-yard pass interference, 1st and 10 from 35. Mullins looking to throw. Complete. Higgins gets out of bounds. They got 11 seconds. Probably got 2 plays, but you got to be aware of if you are tackling in bounds, you got to get up there and go. You got to spike it. And hope to God time doesn't run out on your ass because you don't have any timeouts to stop the clock. 2nd and 4, I mean, because, well, even with that, they'll probably really, now 2nd and 4 from the 30, probably only run one more play here and then bring the field goal unit on. And then the Raiders will time out to ice them. 2nd and 4, Mullins looking to throw. And incomplete. It's, yeah, dropped. Okay. It was caught. Toe drag swag. Trying to make sure he was still in bounds and complete. 5 seconds. Yeah, you got to kick it right now. So here from the 30, it'd be about a 47, 48-yard field goal for the Cleveland Browns to cut this lead to 7. Be 10-3 if they make it at halftime. If they miss, well, the Raiders luck out and still lead by 10 at the half. And, you know, what a shame that would be for the Browns to still be down by 10 with their best drive not resulting in any points to close out the half. But from 47 yards officially out on a field goal, Raiders actually going to call a timeout to ice them. Kick in the meantime's up and good. So won't count because of the timeout, but they'll re-kick it. And if he misses then at that point in time, well, the ice man strikes, but we'll see here as the Monday Night Countdown crew are discussing NFL action. We got the hooligans of Susie Colbert, Steve Young, Randy Moss, Bert McFarland, and Adam Schefter dancing on the field, but I'll digress. 3rd and 4. And a 47-yard field goal to close the half. Kick's no good. The kick is no good. It's wide right. And the Raiders will lead the Browns 10-0. So even with that decent drive by Cleveland, the icing, the kicker works. They call the timeout. The kick was up and good. Doesn't count, though. And then he missed it. So that's 5 straight drives with nothing to show for the Browns in this first half. And the Raiders at halftime lead by 10-0. So once again, if they can continue to just keep it simple, do what they've done, stop them on defense, this 10-point, maybe if you add a few more points onto it and keep Cleveland out of the end zone, make them settle for a few field goals. But hell, they can't even make one. So, what makes you think they're going to make one then a little bit later on when the game's on the line? When pressured, close to half, hey, we need these points because we haven't done a damn thing. You can't make it. Yeah, the Raiders, they're in a good spot. I feel 10, 13, 17, 20 points right now is going to be enough for them to win. Cleveland just hasn't done shit. They have not done a damn thing. Nothing. 4 straight punts, and then that drive, they get in field goal range, which, okay, credit. With under a minute and only one timeout, they get to a 47-yard field goal attempt. So credit Nick Mullins, who at the half isn't playing bad. He's 12 of 18 for 72 yards passing, but neither team, up until as of late for the Raiders, have a running game. Nick Chubb, 6 carries, 14 yards rushing. And then Peyton Barber in relief of Josh Jacobs because he's running the ball a little bit better, but Jacobs is still in there running, and then they're both catching it out of the backfield as well. Peyton Barber has 4 carries, 37 yards rushing, whereas Josh Jacobs only has 7 carries, 23 yards rushing. Carr is 13 of 18, 108 yards passing, and the lone touchdown in this game on their opening drive to Bryan Edwards before they kicked the field goal, and that was up and good. The Browns attempt a field goal, no good, wide right. So at the half, 10-0 for the Silver and Black over the Dog Pound. But 10, maybe add a few more points until the Browns do something. Maybe they come back and win it for all we know. Who the hell knows? For how this game's played out and for what they've done, I feel that right now will be enough to win the game. And actually, the Raiders are going to receive to begin the second half. Why did I think the Browns were? Because I thought the Raiders kicked off. I thought the Browns kicked off. Sorry. So okay. Obviously, I was confused in that situation, in that regard. My bad, my fault. Normally, I hit the nail right on the head on that every time, knowing who. But that's my fault. I should know better. I'll own up to it. No. Yeah. I thought Cleveland kicked off, but they received. That's right. Now that I think about it, okay. Yeah, they did receive, and then 3 and out, the first of the 4 3 and outs, or the first of 4 punts. They have gotten a few first downs, but until this last drive before the missed field goal, they didn't snap the ball at all in Raider territory, and they missed the field goal. So still nothing to show for. Big old goose egg on the scoreboard. 10-0 at the half for the Raiders on top of the Browns in this rescheduled Week 15 game between Vegas and Cleveland. That was supposed to happen on Saturday. Because of COVID, postponed until today. The first of 2 Monday night games in this doubleheader with Minnesota and Chicago still come in about 2 hours or so, a little less than that now. But, Cleveland did kick off. Or the Raiders did kick off, Cleveland received. And, Baker Mayfield tweeting, "Come on, boys." Yeah, the Browns received. They went 3 and out. Punted 4 straight drives. Missed field goal. So, the Raiders will receive to begin the second half. So, not even having to get a stop to begin the third quarter. With a 10-point lead now. If, of course, they can try to extend their lead. That's why now the running game is going to be crucial. If they can run the ball when they need to in this game and work the clock, run it out, extending their lead, score more points, ball game at that point, because Cleveland hasn't done a damn thing. They haven't. Even with Nick Mullins not playing bad, they have not been able to move the ball. And their defense, they've been able to, but not really get off the field. Whereas Raider defense is playing stout, holding a shutout right now at the half. Cleveland should have that 3, but, well, the Raiders had the opportunity, and they called the timeout to ice him, and then he missed it. So, as that hits, your halftime score is Vegas 10, Cleveland 0. So, in back-to-back games from last night on Sunday Night Football, at the half, the visitors are pitching a shutout. And then there was only another 3 points, I believe, scored in that second half last night, as the Saints did win 9-0 over the Bucs, giving Brady his first shutout since 2006. The Browns, last time they were shut out at the half, wasn't too long ago, it was just 2018. That was also the same year that Nick Mullins started for the first time in the NFL and defeated the Raiders, as he was a 49er at the point in time. Of course, Kevin Stefanski not coaching, calling in from a walkie-talkie. And if he can lead them to a come-from-behind win, Joe Thomas tweeting, Nick Mullins is magic. I need everyone to retweet this into existence, please, as he uses the hashtag. And be sure to use this hashtag as well, LV versus CLE for Las Vegas versus Cleveland. When you share on social media, also tag the Raiders and Browns. Of course, he's just joking around. For a future Hall of Famer who played his whole entire NFL career with the Cleveland Browns and never made a trip to the playoffs, unfortunately, but now he works for the NFL Network. But halftime report now with Chris Rose, James Jones, and William McGinnis. And, yeah, like I said, if the Raiders only up 10 right now, just continue to keep it simple. Just do what you're doing. Find a running game. Continue to run it. I mean, they have one more so than not Cleveland does. Run it when they need to in the second half. Work the clock. Score maybe a few more points, but really with what Cleveland's doing, you don't have to. You have the lead. Just don't do anything stupid. No stupid penalties, no stupid turnovers. Don't give them an opportunity to, come back and win this game. Ball's in your court. See if you can put it away. Whereas, vice versa, as mentioned just a second ago, we'll see if Nick Mullins can lead his team to a come-from-behind win. But at halftime, the Raiders lead the Browns 10-0. So once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke at 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. The thumbs up button. Share, hashtag NFL, hashtag Raiders, hashtag Browns, hashtag with the game hashtag. As just mentioned a second ago, LV for Las Vegas. The Raiders are still the Raiders. Whether they're in Oakland, LA, back in Oakland in the Black Hole, or now in Sin City, they're in the dog pound with a 10-point lead here today at the half, 10-0 against the Cleveland Browns. Be sure to use that hashtag as well, LV versus CLE for Las Vegas and Cleveland. And chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, always great appreciated as well. But at the half with the Raiders on top by 10. Derek Carr's 13 of 18 for 108 yards passing and a touchdown. That to Brian Edwards, who has 3 catches, 8 yards. And the score, Peyton Barber, 4 carries, 37 yards rushing, has a catch for 12 yards out of the backfield as well. Josh Jacobs, 7 carries, 23 yards rushing, and then on top of that, also has a catch for 17 yards out of the backfield as well, too. Marcus Mariota, they've worked him in, I believe, twice, maybe 3 times in this first half. We'll see if they continue that or not, but he has a carry for 3 yards. Derek Carr, 2 for 7. Hunter Renfrow, 3 catches, 32 yards receiving. Foss Murneau, 2 for 24. Jacobs and Barber, 2 catches total for, that would be 35 yards receiving. And then Sean Jackson, catch for, or 29 yards receiving, excuse me. And then Sean Jackson, catch for 11 yards. Zay Jones, 1 for 5. Brian Edwards, 3 catches, 8 yards. And the lone touchdown by either team. They have a field goal as well. Browns attempted one, missed it, closed at half, but Nick Mullins, 12 of 18, 72 yards. They have to find a running game, though, with Nick Chubb, as he only has 6 carries for 14 yards rushing. If they can find a running game with Nick Chubb in this second half, Cleveland's going to have a chance to come back and make it a ball game, I feel like. But if they just keep it up with what they're doing on offense, not doing a damn thing, and the Raiders keep it simple, game's over. Chubb has a catch for 2 yards out of the backfield as well, but Rashard Higgins has 3 catches for 24 yards and leads the team at the half. David Njoku, 2 for 16. Felton, 2 for 13. Ernest Johnson, 3 catches, 11 yards. Donovan Peoples-Jones only has 1 catch for 6 yards, where he should probably have at least 5-6 catches for 10 times that. But he doesn't, and at the half, the Raiders just win, baby. They're on top at half against the Browns, 10-0. However, Week 15 began on Thursday Night Football. The Kansas City Chiefs defeated the LA Chargers in overtime because the Chargers elected not to kick 3-4 field goals, and that's what ended up costing the game. Because the game, if they would have had those field goals, hell, wouldn't even went to overtime, and the Chiefs wanted to score on their opening drive to win. But Kansas City does, in fact, win 34-28 in OT. And then on Saturday, as mentioned, this Raider-Brown game was supposed to be before Patriots-Colts, but postponed to right now, of course. And then New England-Indy kicked off Saturday night with... talk about the running game. The Colts ran Jonathan Taylor for almost 200 yards rushing and the game-winning touchdown as well. And the Colts defeated the Patriots by 10, 27-17. Yesterday, around the league, the Bills defeated the Panthers 31-14, snapping a 2-game losing streak. The Lions picked up their second win of the year, handing Arizona their first road loss, 30-12, your final score there. Miami sweeps the Jets 31-24 from South Beach. Dallas with a 21-6 win at the Giants. Steelers came from behind, scoring 16 unanswered in the second half, shutting out Tennessee in the third and fourth quarters, and won by 6, 19-13. Houston with a 30-16 win over the Jags, sweeping Jacksonville. And the Jags, whether Urban Meyer's coaching or not, they still lose. The Bengals, 15-10 winners out Mile High over the Broncos. The 49ers, as they'll be on a short week at Tennessee, who lost to Pittsburgh. San Fran beat Atlanta 31-13. And then Green Bay held on 31-30 over Baltimore, as the Ravens have now lost games by a total of 4 points. 2 1-point losses because they've decided when the game's on the line to rely on the analytics and go for 2 rather than just kick the simple extra point to get the game to overtime. Then who the hell knows what happens then. But they lost at Pittsburgh 2 weeks back, 20-19. They lost at Cleveland last Sunday by 2, and then at home yesterday, losing to the Green Bay Packers 31-30. As Green Bay has already swept the NFC West this year, they're going to look to try to sweep the AFC North on Saturday at home on Christmas, as they'll host these Cleveland Browns, as Cleveland will be on a short week as well following this game tonight. It'll be about a day and a half, 2 days more than, say, you'd play on a Thursday night from the Sunday prior. But Brett Favre, his Green Bay Packer passing touchdown record might also be broken on Christmas by Aaron Rodgers, who tied him yesterday with 442 career passing touchdowns. So we'll look ahead, preview next week here coming up shortly. But as mentioned, the Packers defeated the Ravens 31-30 yesterday, and then last night on Sunday Night Football, the Saints shut out the Bucs. And they have now won 4 in a row against Tampa Bay in the regular season. Tampa, though, beat them in the playoffs last year before they won the Super Bowl. But Brady shot for the first time in 15 years, Saints win 9-0. We have this game right now, beginning in the second half with the Raiders on top by 10-0 over the Cleveland Browns. 3 yards on the first play, incomplete on that play. Now 3rd and 7. Cleveland going to try to get up the field here early and get back in this ball game. But we still have Monday Night Football later on with Minnesota and Chicago. This is the first of 2 Monday night games today. And then doubleheader tomorrow night with Washington and Philly, along with, Jesus Christ, you got to catch that, Deshaun Jackson. Hit him right in the hands and he dropped it. Way too many drops by both teams tonight. 3rd and 7, incomplete, 4th down. They'll punt, and Cleveland gets off the field on defense. Yeah, but with this doubleheader today, Raiders, Browns, Vikings, Bears coming up about 8 o'clock. We'll stick around till about halftime of that matchup. But tomorrow night, also doubleheader on Tuesday Night Football. They almost blocked the punt. And it's going to bounce out of bounds around the 32-yard line, 1st and 10. Cleveland down 10, 14-10 play in the third quarter. We'll have Seattle and the Rams out west, and Washington and Philly here in the east. Both games will be local, regionally broadcast. What they should do is what they're doing today. Have one kickoff at 5, have the other kickoff at 8. Whether they're going to be on the same network or not, as they were both Fox games from yesterday, but postponed until tomorrow. Or, rather than just the local, regional broadcast, split it down the country. Give from the Midwest to the East Coast the Washington-Philly game, and from the Midwest to the West Coast, the Seattle-LA game. But it seems like only if you're in the Mid-Atlantic Northeast, you'll only get to see Washington, Philly, and then if you're in the Pacific Northwest or on the West Coast in general, in Southern California, you'll get Seattle and LA. But we'll have an update or two, I would think, for the game that we're not going to see during the game we will watch tomorrow night. But, of course, there's always links out there. You can watch both in that regard, but that's what's still to come right now this week 15. And then coming up next commercial break, we will in fact preview next week. That's going to kick off on Thursday night with the 49ers and Titans. So really over this week and a half of football, dating back to last Thursday, we're going to get a Friday, a Wednesday, and a Friday off. Of course, this past Friday and Friday this week, because football today, as we had football Thursday, Saturday, yesterday, and today, football tomorrow, no Wednesday, Friday, but Thursday night football, doubleheader Saturday, and then, of course, next Sunday and Monday, too, into the new year, and then the final few weeks of the regular season. But Cleveland, hey, whether it's the first half or the second half with a halftime in between, they're still doing the same damn thing they did in the first half, and that's absolutely nothing whatsoever. And they're going to have to punt again. So Raiders still on top by 10. As Mullins gets taken down on a spear that sort of turned into a suplex, but I'll digress. They punt. We got pro wrestling kicking off at 8 o'clock with WWE Monday Night Raw. We'll see how that goes. Probably won't be anything special, but we'll see. So, as both teams punt to begin the third quarter, the Raiders are still on top by 10-0 over the Cleveland Browns with 12:02 to play in this third quarter. But as mentioned, next week, week 16, will kick off on Thursday night. We'll have the 49ers and Titans from LP Field, Nissan Stadium in Nashville. And then on Saturday, doubleheader on Christmas. Hopefully everyone has a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Browns, Packers, Colts, Cardinals, both arguably very good matchups. We'll see for Cleveland, from now until then, if they're going to get, all, if not all their players, hopefully a good portion of them back from now until then, to hopefully they can play Saturday then to make that game a little bit more better on paper, and then see how it plays out on the field. Because if not, and the 10-0 lead that the Raiders have on the Browns right now, and arguably the Packers are the best team in the NFL, along with Kansas City Chiefs, both top number 1 seeds overall in their respective conferences. Green Bay is going to put it to them then on Christmas, and Favre's going to shatter Favre's record. But that'll be on Saturday. Browns, Packers, Colts, Cardinals. And the next Sunday and Monday. And depending on if, more postponements, hell, we might have another doubleheader on Monday and Tuesday. Maybe even Wednesday or Friday. Once again, just for the hell of it. So they have at least one game per day of the week once again this year like they did last year. But next Sunday, the day after Christmas, we'll have the Lions and Falcons, Ravens, Bengals, Rams, Vikings, so technically a short week for both of those teams as well. More so not the Rams, because they still have to play tomorrow night, where Minnesota's playing tonight. Bills, Patriots for the second time in a few weeks. We'll see if New England's going to throw a little bit more this time around than they did last time. The turnover, the second interception by Mac Jones, I thought, on Saturday night was the difference. That's why they ended up losing, along with, of course, not being able to stop Jonathan Taylor, and the Colts won by 10, as mentioned. Best game of the year, coming off the Texan-Jaguar game yesterday. We got the Jags in action, taking on the Jets. So that should be a shit show. Giants-Eagles, and one of the NFL's most historic rivalries, but the G-Men, Big Blue, shutting down Daniel Jones for the rest of the year. So Philly should win that game. Tampa and Carolina, Chargers should bounce back after a loss on Thursday night home against the Chiefs as they play the Texans. Bears, Seahawks. Seahawks, sitting at 5-8. They're still right now in the hunt. They are. Of course, they lost the Rams earlier this year on Thursday night. Now they'll play on a Tuesday night. Of course, Russell Wilson went down earlier. That was that very game. He's back. They're going to have to win tomorrow, and they're also going to have to beat the Bears, who play later on the night, too, to stay in it. Because I feel if they lose one, if not more, but for sure one game, they're probably going to be done for it. 2nd and 4 for the Raiders. And Josh Jacobs does have enough for a first down there. So it'll be first down and 10. But then also next week, Steelers, Chiefs. I'll have live watch-along reactions live here on YouTube then. Broncos, Raiders. Skins and Cowboys from the Big D, with the Washington football team traveling to North Texas. And then Monday Night Football next week is Miami. The Dolphins are 7-7, still in it. They'll head to New Orleans to take on the Saints, who are also now 7-7, and also still in the hunt. So we'll also have live watch-along reactions of that matchup as well. So got a little bit of an issue on the field. They're going to reset the play clock to 25 seconds. And instead of a first down, they mark them short. It'll be 3rd and 1 rather than the first down they gave them. So, at least they get it set. Just hand it off, run the damn football, sneak it. Maybe try to draw them off sides for the hell of it. 3rd and 1, go to your fullback, out of the eye. 3rd and 1 from the 35. And a sneak, quarterback sneak. Derek Carr's going to slip and fall, but does he have enough for a first down? I don't know. One ref near side says yes. The other coming in from the far side says no. And maybe a little bit of a fumble as well, but yeah, trouble with the snap. He didn't have control of it. That's why he slipped and fell on it. He recovered it, and it's all going to depend on the spot. Looks like they're going to have to bring Chain Gang out for a measurement. And Carr wants to go for it, whether or not it's a 1st and 10 or a 4th and short. He's going to punt. 4th and short. He's going to punt. You play it safe. Yeah, because you don't want to give them momentum. Down 10, stopping on 4th down. Maybe a decent return, though, gives Cleveland an advantage. But, yeah, Rich Bisaccia making the right decision there, special teams coordinator, filling in for John Gruden as the interim following his departure. The scapegoat in that debacle. But they run a fake punt. And did he get it? I don't know. They do. 1st and 10. They snap it to the up back. Catch Cleveland off guard right up the middle. Spin move. Yeah, he got it. That's a 1st down. Now can you put it to him? Can you pedal to the metal and stick it to him? Yeah, that's a 1st down. Because if you can control the rest of this game with a lead, score again. They can't do a damn thing still. Ball game. Credit to the Raiders. I mean, that's a ballsy move to still, run a fake punt right there from their 35-yard line. But 1st and 10, they hand off Jacobs up the middle. Because if you don't get it on top of that, or if you go for it, which technically they did, but they're in a fake punt, that's momentum for Cleveland to potentially cut this lead and get back in it, and then ball game would go, of course, in fact, into the 4th and final quarter play, and at that point in time, who the hell knows what would happen. So, Zay Jones in motion near side, 2nd and 9 from the 37-yard line. Going to be in motion again. They fake the end around to him. Fake the give to Jacobs and then dump it off on a screen to him, who gets a 1st down out to the 47-yard line and another Raider 1st down into Brown territory. A little slow to get up, but he's good to go. Derek Carr now, along with Josh Jacobs and Peyton Barber. Barber still 4.37 on the ground. Jacobs 10 of 30. But that catch going to give him 2 for 33 yards receiving now. Carr's 15 of 22 for $130. The fake punt drive will continue. And if, once again, they can put it to him and tack onto this lead, to play good defense, run the ball when you need to, he's going to go down the sack. He's 2nd and 14. Ball came out. Does Cleveland have it? Do they recover a fumble? They do. Wow. So after all that, a turnover, and the Browns have it 1st and 10. So just wait a minute. Was he down, though? That's the thing. Was he down? But it doesn't look like it. No, that ball's out. That's a fumble, and Cleveland recovers. 1st and 10 Browns, down 10. So another good sequence after all that. 1st and 10, Cleveland will return, but turnover is now going to factor into this game, it seems like. But no, still in the second half. See if these teams, when they need to run the football, because if they can, when they need to, work the clock, most part ball game. But what I said at the start, you can't be turning the ball over. That's just stupid. I mean, he got hit, ball came out. There's nothing really he can do about it other than hold on to it a little bit tighter. But it starts up front. Get a block for him. He went down on the sack, and the ball came out. So defense going to do so much for you. They now are going to have to force another stop. At least for the Browns, they're going to start with good starting field position now. On the right side of the 50 for this only 2nd time tonight. And, of course, the missed field goal from earlier. If they have that, kick it here, you're down 4. You have that, score a touchdown, tie ball game. But you don't have either. And, I mean, okay, kick field goal, down 7, score, down 3. But there's a chance, potentially, this game still could come down to the wire to the final play of the game. But we'll see. The Raiders on defense going to have to get a stop, no doubt about it. 10-0 lead. And yeah, just that has to suck for them. Turn it over and a costly turnover, no doubt about it. We'll see if the Browns can capitalize. Because if they can and cut this lead, get another few stops, coming back, running the football when they need to, yeah, we're going to be in for an exciting finish then at that point in time, I would think. But until then, we still sit at 10-0 Raiders. The Raiders are on top by 2.5 scores, or 1.5 scores, excuse me. 10-0. And Carr was actually injured on the play. He was able to get up and walk off. Last time that happened for him was on the road, also in the AFC North against the Steelers back in September. And with as tough as he is, he's going to be back out there the next series, okay? But what I'm getting at is, late in the game, he found Henry Ruggs for a carpet touchdown before everything happened with him. They run a screen to the tight end, David Njoku, near side, and they're going to get a first down. 15-yard reception. 1st and 10 Browns. In the fourth quarter, they hit the dagger and gave him the win. So Carr should be good to go. If not, I mean, we've seen Mariota a little bit tonight. You know, is he going to have what it takes to throw in an actual game, something he hasn't done in forever? When it comes down to it, you know, we'll see. But practice with Nick Mullins only practicing once. Mariota, I'm sure he's thrown in practice, but practice, like, just go out and play football. So Carr, it seems like he'll be okay. We take another timeout for some unknown reason. I don't know why. But a 1st and 10 for the Browns, maybe another injury. Maybe somebody called a timeout. But they take a timeout here. So 1st and 10 Cleveland again, down 10. But yeah, that turnover, man, I tell you what, just that had to, for the time being at least, until it builds back up, had to have taken all the air out of the Raiders. But just keep fighting, you know, keep going to work, head up, keep playing ball, you know. So timeout here, 1st and 10 for the Browns. And with how Nick Mullins is playing right now, okay, they don't have a lead sort of to compare from this week with Carson Wentz. But they don't have a running game either, like Jonathan Taylor. It'd be a little bit different if they did. But he's not having to do a lot right now. He's not, you know. And, I mean, they're still in it. They're down 10. It's, you know, 1-2 plays now this game might come down to. And if they can capitalize, first off of this turnover, get yourself back into it, then okay, but you got to show some signs of life. And they are a little bit more and better than they were earlier, but at the same time, still, Cleveland's playing like old Cleveland, you know, as we once knew them. Up until not even really when Baker Mayfield first got to town, but I guess just, I mean, because it would have been, I think, 2-3 years ago now. They had a good year. They were in the playoff hunt. The next year, though, they shit the bed back to being the Browns. And then last year, of course, they made the playoffs and beat the Steelers before they lost to the Chiefs, who lost to the Bucs in the Super Bowl. So 1st and 10, Cleveland. 1st and 10, 6:53 to play in this third quarter and counting. And Nick Mullins from the 34-yard line. Raiders might have jumped off sides. Hand off to Nick Chubb. And a 3-4 yard run up the middle, 2nd down. Derek Carr is good to go. Yeah, he'll be all right. He probably just got his bell rung and the wind knocked out of him. He's over there doing jumping jacks and getting warmed up. And a little bit of an awkward landing. Getting gang tackled and then dropping the ball in the fumble. So, yeah, he'll be all right. 2nd and 6, motion man from the 30. And a handoff. Chubb on a first down run. And inside the 10, he goes to the 6-yard line. They have a 1st and goal knocking on the door. Wow. Just keep chipping away at it. Eventually you're going to break one. He almost did for a touchdown there, but yeah, arguably their biggest play of the night. And it's been in the running game. Peyton Barber had that big run. Nick Chubb with a big run there, and it all starts up front. You'll be able to block with your hogs and hit the hole and go. 1st and goal from the 6. Keep running it. Maybe a play action to your tight end, but keep running the damn football. They do. Nick Chubb up the middle. 2 yards and taken down. Big hit by the Raiders there on defense. He's going to come out as it looks like Johnson's going to come back in. 2nd down and goal. And the turnover might be the difference. They can capitalize. Got this lead. Keep running it. 2nd goal. Austin Hooper's out tight end, but Njoku's had a decent game. Won't go to Harrison Bryant. Donovan Peoples-Jones in motion. Maybe he'll catch for the first time tonight. Back corner, it's caught. Touchdown. David Njoku. Browns cut it to 4, pending the upcoming extra point. They do run a play action to the tight end, and they hit with it. They roll the dice, and they cut the lead on the Raiders, capitalizing off the turnover. 4.5 to play in the 3rd quarter. Was he in bounds, though, when he caught it? That's the question. Okay, right, and that as close as it's going to get. Back of his left foot, though, does hit the white, but tippy toes. His left toes are in, right toes are in. It's going to depend on what hit first, whether his back left foot or his right. Actually, they say incomplete now, and they take the touchdown off the board and 3rd and goal. And the Browns could challenge, but it's right there. Okay, left toes in, and then that is very close. It all depends on if the back of his left foot hit out of bounds first or if his right came down. And they say incomplete, so no touchdown. Why don't you go back to it? Mullins trying to quiet the crowd. 3rd and goal from the 5. When it was 3rd and goal from the 6. Or 2nd goal from the 6, so I don't know how it's 3rd and goal from the 5 now. Handoff Chubb, and he's going to walk in. Touchdown. Browns cut it officially now to 4. Pending upcoming extra point. Capitalizing off the fumble. So whether that was a catch or not, one play later they run it in and score. So touchdown Cleveland. 4.5 to play. And just imagine, they have that field goal before halftime that they had, but then they don't have because of icing the kicker and then he missed it, or an extra point away from a tie ball game going into the 4th and final quarter of play here. So 10-6 with the snap, hold, and kick all good, make it 10-7. 10-7 Raiders. As they capitalize, the Browns do off the fumble. Nick Chubb now, 12 carries, 49 yards rushing, and a touchdown. I did say at halftime, if they can find a running game, they're going to have a chance. Now, they're going to have to continue to play just like they did on their last drive on defense and get the hell off the field. Because it might be a tale of two halves for all we know. Carr with the fumble that Cleveland capitalized on, which really is the difference right now. But the difference is the made field goal by the Raiders and the missed field goal by the Browns, because if they have the missed field goal, we're tied at 10. If, of course, everything else goes the way it did. Carr, 15-22, a $130, and a touchdown. Nick Mullins, 14-21, 91 yards passing. Peyton Barber, 4 for 37 on the ground. Josh Jacobs, 10 for 30. Chubb, though, 2 less carries, but more rushing yards than either of them. 12 carries, 49 yards rushing, and that touchdown to cut the lead to 3. 10-7, 4.5 to play in this third quarter. And we're going to have a good one on our hands. We are. This game just has that feeling it's going to come down to the wire, come down to one of the final plays of the ball game here. So, of course, from now until then, though, even with that Brown touchdown, they're still down. 10-7. Raiders on top. 4.5 to play in the third quarter. Once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe as always on social media. Links in the description below. Scroll down, check out Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Subscribe right here on YouTube with that red subscribe button. Little notification bell next to it as well. Thumbs up, share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated.
The new iPhone and up to 7 entertainment subscriptions for your family, like Apple Music, Apple Arcade, and more. Better. The new iPhone, the entertainment, and up to $1,000 when you switch. This year, holiday better with Verizon, because everyone deserves better.
Go from the AFC to the NFC on this Monday night. Vikings trying to keep up with the playoff race. Heading to
They advertised Vikings Bears. It's going to kick off in about an hour or so. That'll be over on ESPN. We'll stick with it from now until then with this full game, and then until halftime, once again, of Minnesota, Chicago, with WWE Monday Night Raw as well on the USA Network. But return for Cleveland, or the Raiders, excuse me, on the Cleveland kickoff after the Browns touchdown. It'll be 1st and 10, Vegas from the 26-yard line. Crowd getting into it now, too. Maybe the Browns can do what the Steelers did yesterday and shut out their opponent in the second half and come back and score however many unanswered it's going to take to win the game. Just find a way. Find a way to win the game. It all starts up front. Get able to run the football. Empty set, 5 wide. 1st and 10, officially from the 27. Carr going to dump it off out of the backfield to the flat. And finds his tight end, Foster Renault, for a Raider first down. So 10-7. But Cleveland here, they're either going to come back and win this game, I feel like, or they're going to come back and just come up short. Because in the first half, not doing enough to put themselves in a position, even though they do late, still not enough to win in the end. Got a little bit of delay here. No timeout called, though, so I don't know what the hell this was for, but here we are. 1st and 10 for the Raiders. And they'll take another TV timeout. That's the second time in the third quarter. Other than if it's for an injury that we don't know about, or maybe there's a streaker running on the field, or who the hell knows what the reason is. Second time in this third quarter alone, they've taken a timeout with no timeout being called in the middle of a drive. Like, just doesn't add up and make any sense. Unless they're trying to work in these commercials and keep people interested in this game before the nightcap begins. But yeah, anything, I guess, for ratings anymore. But yeah, like I said, unless there's an injury that I don't know about, I don't know why we have another TV timeout right now with this commercial break. But here we are. 1st and 10, Raiders up 3, 10-7. And, okay, we do have an injured player. So hopefully he's okay. Never want to assume an injury. Tack McKinley, the former Falcon. And the Raiders even go over to make sure he's all right. He must have landed awkwardly on his left leg. As injuries are coming up strong again, unfortunately, around the league right now. But at this point in time in the year, oh yeah, left knee buckled. Hopefully he's all right. Season's probably done. Well, they actually were looking at his left ankle, but his knee buckled though too. So I mean, he might hyperextend his leg, but yeah, hopefully he's all right. Never want to see anybody get hurt by any means. Injuries suck. And like I said, you never want to assume, because you know what they say when you assume, and he's a little emotional. He's getting upset. He knows it's bad, and he knows he's probably going to be done. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. I mean, you can at least say with Kevin Stefanski watching from his basement, say, hey, how you doing? Like, hopefully you're enjoying. Like, everybody else is watched from home that's not there too, whether they're, you know, an active member of the roster or a fan or not. So, because when they say, and I know I've said it too, but still, like, oh, this dude's watching from his basement. I don't give a shit where the hell you're watching from. Whether you're there as a fan watching the game, you know, playing, or watching from home, or in a bar, or in the middle of the jungle. We got a good one on our hands right now. 2nd and 4 for the Raiders. And a handoff to Josh Jacobs. 2 yards up the middle. The third down is short. About 3 minutes to play in this third quarter. And they have a 3-point, 10-7 lead. This is a big third down right here. Big third down. If they can convert, work the clock, get into the fourth quarter, tack on to their lead, okay. But if Cleveland can get a stop, have the momentum going into the fourth, still down 3, tied, even with a lead, yeah, good luck for the Raiders coming back at that point. Carr looking to throw, has a man wide open in Zay Jones, and he finds him for a first down. Drive stays alive for the time being. Nice comeback by 7, and 4 hits him for a first down. A little bit of an out route, but then he came back for it, so. Yep. When you have a Hall of Fame quarterback, Kurt Warner, who's got a movie coming out about him on Christmas, saying good throw by Derek Carr, that's a good throw by Derek Carr. 1st and 10, 9 yards up the middle for Josh Jacobs. Now can they run this football when they need to? Because if they can, even more so not with a lead, and score on top of it, good luck for Cleveland to find a way to, you know, come back then at that point. Because one good thing, but then it's, you know, 2 steps back. So 2nd and 1. I mean, it sort of has been a tale of 2 halves, but as we near this end of the third quarter, out of the eye, Derek Carr going to hand off, and Jacobs will get the Raider first down. So a few big first down pickups for the Raiders right now. And just continue to move the football downfield, keep it simple, balance and consistency, back to basics, work the sticks, run it, open up the pass, work your play action into it, run to pass, pass to run, do whatever the hell you're doing. Just, in the end, score some points. You have to settle for 3, okay, so be it. The fake punt didn't bite him. It was the turnover a few plays later that Cleveland capitalized on. From the 22, 1st and 10, Derek Carr going to hand off again, another run. Set at the start, expect a lot of rushing today. A lot of running the football. And my type of game, here we are. Run the football and you play good defense, your line of special teams win. And hopefully you come out on top of the win. So 2nd and 9. Almost a 5-minute drive. Close out the quarter here for the Raiders. Trying to respond to the Brown touchdown. About a 3-second differential between the game clock and play clock. So this will be the final play of the quarter. 2nd and 9. Under 10 seconds here. Play clock winding down there. You got to go. Already had a few delay games called against you. He calls a timeout. no snap, and it doesn't look like they're going to give them the timeout for the time being. Okay, now they do, so they'll have a 2nd and 9 still with 3 seconds to play in the quarter, rather than a 2nd and 14, rather than taking a delay a game. Got to snap the fucking football. How hard is it to get the snap off? Like, you should know what the count is. Even with all the audible, go on this. Give me the damn ball, and he calls a timeout with the play clock winding down, and they give it to him. That's the second time that's happened. Exactly. 2nd and 9. Why don't you take a deep shot now? Why don't you take a deep shot? Catch him off guard, maybe. Just don't turn it over again. Don't do anything stupid. Carr, 2nd and 9 from 21. Under 10 on the play clock again. You got to go. What the hell are you waiting for? Carr. He will go towards the end zone, and he has a man at the 3-yard line, incomplete, intended for Zay Jones. 3rd and 9. Up 3 at the end of 3 are the Raiders. I mean, they do take a shot. Good coverage. Probably good no call on a pass interference, even though the defender never turned around. But to close the quarter, at the end of 3, the Raiders lead the Browns 10-7. So low-scoring defensive showdown. And the difference is a made and a missed field goal. Of course, the Raiders have the made one. Browns have the missed one. They have that. We're tied at 10. But even with as bad as Cleveland was played, they're still in this game. Now can they get off the field on 3rd and 9, force a kick, and then you're down 6. You drive and score another touchdown then. Extra points up and good. You take the lead at 14-13. Whereas if you can't, and in the end, whether it's on this play or the drive stays alive and they have a goal to go and then they still end up scoring a touchdown on your ass, down 10 again, well, we saw how long it took Cleveland to, come back and cut it to 3 when they were down 10 at the half here early into the 3rd quarter as well. Time's not going to be on their side is what I'm getting at in the 4th quarter. But like I just said, they can find a way, really that's all it should take. You're going to have to force a field goal here, of course. Got the field on defense. But more power and more credit to the Raiders if they can score a touchdown. Go back up 10, 17-7. They play good defense, of course. No more turnovers. Hold on to your win then. Or your lead, and hopefully it results in a win. Which they've been trying to hold on to this game. The Raiders have since the start, since their opening drive, because they drove and scored. And they've controlled it since. So if they can, hold on to win here. Both teams, of course, would be 7-7 and still in the playoff hunt. But the Raiders' season right now, this final 15 minutes of play could be on the line because if they lose, they're going to be done for at 6-8. They'd have to win out at 9-8 and get some help to make the playoffs, which that's going to be tough. But come on, Raiders. Come on, Silver and Black. Find a way to win this game. I think unless Cleveland in this 4th quarter has a better running game than them, it doesn't do anything stupid. Okay, 3rd and 9, back from commercial break, and the play's in the middle of the play, and it's incomplete on a rollout. What the hell? They didn't get back in time. And now they're going to have to settle for 3. We come back from break, and Carr's throwing the football. Okay, so you got the snap. Had all day to throw, rolled out near side, and then threw it out of bounds, incomplete to 4th down, and now they'll attempt a field goal. We'll see what the down and distance is. It's 4th and 9, but where's the ball spotted at? Okay, it'll be a 39-yard field goal attempt. That's one. getting at what I was, of course, wondering. So from the 21, 31 for the end zone, another 7-8, depending on the spot. 39-yard field goal kick from Daniel Carlson's up and good. So 13-7 Raiders on top of the Browns. Early fourth quarter. If Cleveland, like I said, they force a kick, which they do, along with, because late in the game, you can't settle for 3, but if you play good defense, then it'll work itself out. If, Cleveland can continue to run Nick Chubb, maybe get him over 100 yards rushing or close to it, allow Nick Mullins to still not have to do a lot. Really, in the end, it'll be interesting to say the least. They might have enough to come back and win it, because the touchdown right now is going to take the lead, and you're going to have all the momentum in the world, especially playing at home. Crowd's going to be into it. Like I said, this game right here might come down to a play or two, whether that's the final play of the game or not. Turnovers with a big third or fourth down that one of these two teams needs to convert on, so to speak. Keep in mind those special teams. We've had a few decent returns here tonight. It'd be nice for Cleveland to get the house rocking in the city where the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame sits, on a kickoff return for a touchdown right now to take the lead and then control it the rest of the way. We'll see. But so to start, I still feel special teams is going to, in the end, along with turnovers, be the difference. So special teams right now is because of the 2 field goals. But in the return game, because we really haven't seen a lot of, returns this year, unfortunately. Which not necessarily is a shame, but, when, they're supposed to return the football to where they get tackled at, but more credit to, and then when you don't, okay, but yeah, more credit, more power to the kickoff unit for bringing them down, but still, it's been another damn good year of football, no doubt about it, as we're coming up on Christmas here, and once again, hopefully everyone has a Merry Christmas, but thanks for tuning in and listening here tonight. Live watch long reactions live here on YouTube. Raiders, Browns with WWE Monday Night Raw, and then the second of 2 Monday Night games to come shortly with Vikings, Bears as well. Ball comes off the tee, so reset and kick off here. Cleveland, Nick Mullins going to have to do something. You have to do a little bit more than what he's done, but keep running Nick Chubb. And the Raiders kick off up 13-7. And a touchback, 1st and 10 from the 25. And with the kickers booming it deep and everything's always a touchback anymore anyway. Hence why really there's no kickoff returns hardly anymore. First and 10 Browns. Ball 25 after the touchback. And a motion man near side. As all day with the play clock, changing the play a few times. They still hand off to Nick Chubb though, yard. 2nd down and 9. So 2nd down and 9. And Mullins 3-step drop, incomplete near side. A lot of drops tonight, more so not by the Browns. a.k.a. Donovan Peoples-Jones, but at least that pass wasn't intended for him. But still, way too many damn drops. They're all drops. Yeah, or else he might be perfect. Exactly. 3rd and 9. Cleveland don't convert. Just wait for the boos. Because it might come down to it. They'll have to go for it on 4th down just to stay alive. Deep ball, and it's incomplete. Intended for David Njoku. No penalty. 4th down, and guess what? As we've seen however many times it's been already now tonight, the Browns are once again on to punt. And it's been way too many damn times for them. But still, just good defensive play there. Good coverage. Good no call. There's no penalty on that. And 4th down, and Raiders back deep to return. From the 30, Hunter Renfrow muffs the punt again. And then falls on it right away, and they'll have a 1st and 10 from there when we come back. 13:55 to play. 13-7 Raiders on top of the Browns from First Energy Stadium in Cleveland, Ohio.
ZipRecruiter found me top roles.
Independent intelligence agency.
They sent me jobs that match my skills. Some companies even invited me to apply. Welcome to the club. I just got hired by an elite agency.
Sign up for free today with ZipRecruiter to work for you and see The Kingsman only in theaters December 22nd. Wherever your journey takes you this winter, get away with our best deals of the season. Right now, get huge savings on the entire lineup of award-winning Hyundai vehicles at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. With new cars arriving just in time for the holidays, it's the perfect time to get a Hyundai. Sign and drive today on select vehicles with zero due at signing, zero down payment, and zero security deposit. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
This holiday season, give the gift of grandpa.
God, son just invited us to build a dish holiday at the North Pole. Yeah!
We're driving there?
No.
It's all here for the holiday.
That's a job for O'Keefe's working hands. It's America's #1 selling hand cream and guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked hands. Also available in O'Keefe's for healthy feet. So that's electrifying play at the Zinnifer Hyundai. Big Show's touchdown run as the Browns win in 6. 13-7 early in the 4th quarter. Figured coming into the game that Big Show would carry a big part of the load. He's done all in the second half, but overall it's not been nearly as productive as the take an electric play. There haven't been any big plays in this game. The biggest play was 18-yard run by David Barber for the Raiders. So it's just
1st and 10 Raiders up 6, 13-7 here in the 4th quarter. Ball at the 31-yard line after the punt. That's a hold. And Carr's going to go deep. And Zay Jones incomplete. 2nd and 10. They're missing Henry Ruggs. That's who they're missing on offense for him to throw to, no doubt about it. But, of course, he messed up. So you move on, you play with who you have on the roster.
Raiders lead the NFL in explosive pass rush, 20 yards plus, 60 of them this year, 0 time against a Cleveland.
2nd and 10. Here comes a run. Play clock winding down. They hand off. Peyton Barber for the first time this second half and tagged for loss in the backfield. And now a 3rd and long. 3rd and about 13 for the silver and black. The Browns get off the field, do something on offense. We got a ball game. I mean, we're still going to have a ball game, but it's just going to get a little bit more interesting down the stretch. Third and 13. Ball at the 28. Carr once again looking to throw. Has all day to throw. And it's caught by Zay Jones, but he's going to be a yard short. You punt from the 40. You play defense. You pin him deep, make him drive on you. You still got 12 minutes to change the play anyway. No, that's not first down. I would not go for it. You play the safe. You punt. Good decision. And you're definitely going to have to punt this time because you already ran your fake punt. Now, this time, they're going to be ready for it. So don't even think about faking it. Unless you're going to throw because you ran it last time. Now, if you want to run another fake punt, throw it. Even more balls. But you punt, you pin them deep. You play field position now. You have a 6-point lead on the road in the fourth quarter with your season on the line. You punt. And they take a delay a game, so they are for sure going to punt now. Be 4th and 6. Whether that was by design or not, who the hell knows, but definitely not going to fake it now. They'll punt. They'll be punting. Fourth down and 6. And they get it up and away. It's almost blocked. We've had almost a few blocked punts tonight, too. From the 20, Donald People-Jones, hell, he actually caught a ball. Second for the fair catch. Didn't muff it. We've had a few of those, too. We've had, other than a big play or two here or there, real big explosive play, along with this game going to overtime and then a tie, I think we've had, for the most part, anything and everything you could imagine happen in an NFL game happen right now in this matchup. So, from the 20, 1st and 10 for the Browns. And a handoff up the middle. And a yard for Chubb. The Raiders on the road against the AFC North this year. They're 1-0. They beat the Steelers. The Browns at home against the AFC West. They're also 1-0. They beat the Broncos. So something's got to give. Be 2nd down and 9. Bryant in motion. And Nick Chubb on the run. Tackled after about a 6, maybe 7-yard run. Be 3rd down and 3. Officially, where they spot the ball at. 3rd and 3. Yeah, if he would have broke that, he'd be off the races down the near sideline right now. And then probably pushed out before he reached the end zone, I bet. But 3rd down and 3. Why don't you give Nick Mullins a chance to throw it deep here? But at the same time, probably not no, because you don't want to turn the damn ball over. You got something good going right now. Empty set 5 watch. They are showing that they're going to throw. And he will. Over the middle, short, quick pass to the tight end and Harrison Bryant, and they get the 1st down on a 5-yard reception. First and 10, 10 minutes and counting to play. From the 32. Browns, they score a touchdown, they'll take the lead. Mullins going to hand off, and Chubb for 4. Be 2nd down and 6. Under 10 to play, 2nd down and 6. If you can get a good drive going here, work the clock, take up a lot of time, and take the lead on top of it, you're going to be sitting pretty. But then the Raiders, all they would need to get in field goal range, and they've done that twice already tonight. So third time's a charm maybe in that regard for them then. We'll see. 2nd and 6 up the middle, 2, maybe 3 yards for Chubb. Be 3rd and 3 again. Yeah. And they hit a 5-yard curl to the tight end on the last 3rd and 3, so why not do it again? And why not, like I said, take your deep shot. Let Mullins air it out. Why don't you go back to Donovan Peoples-Jones? See if he can make up for all his drops so far. From the 39, 3rd down and 3. And he's in motion. He's going to be by himself here near side. And Mullins down the middle. And guess what? Donovan Peoples-Jones comes down with it. And he's going to be brought down 36-yard line. 1st down, Cleveland. Not saying I'm a genius, but I'll say I told you so a few times here today with, hey, go to this dude, go to that guy, and 95% of the time it's executed. Hell, yesterday, I'm not calling myself Tony Romo by any means, but, and hey, this is what they're running, and this is what they're going to, but I said, watch out for Joe Hayden, and he made a few big plays and won the Steelers the game, but 1st and 10, from the 36. The Raiders with a win would help Pittsburgh over Cleveland, but the Browns win, they'll take over the North. And Nick Chubb on the run, and he's going to pick up 11 on that carry. 1st and 10, Cleveland to the 25-yard line. Keep running it. Keep rocking the rock. It all starts up front. Look at that hole. And no holding. Run the damn ball. And Cleveland's doing that when they need to here in order to come back and win this game. Got another injury. I think it's probably as loud right now as it's been all night in this stadium, but an injured Raider, you can tell he's hurt. Be 1st down and 10. He might have a broken hand. But from the 24-yard line. Handoff and Chubb for another 2, maybe 3 yards. He breaks off a 20-plus yard run right here. He's going to break 100 and his 2nd touchdown of the game to give the Browns the lead and single-handedly beating the Raiders. Because they can't stop the run in the second half, and they really can't run themselves on offense. And that in the end, might end up being the difference, it looks like. 2nd and 8. And Mullins going to roll out near side. And pass incomplete, intended for Rashard Higgins. 3rd down, 3rd and 8. 6:45 to play. And about a half hour, 40 minutes or so away from kickoff in Chicago with the Vikings and Bears on Monday Night Football. This is the first of the 2 doubleheader games today because of the postponement from Saturday. But about 20 minutes away from the start of WWE Monday Night Raw. So we'll turn on the USA Network here shortly. But once again, thanks for tuning in and listening from the 22. 3rd down and 8. Another big 3rd down for the Browns. You kick it if you don't get it. They will, though, get the 1st down at the 11-yard line. They'll still have another 8 shots to punch it in. Guess who? Donovan Peoples-Jones making up for his drops in the first half. 2 crucial 3rd down receptions on this drive. And they have a 1st down and 10 now at the 11-yard line. Simple crosser over the middle on a slant. And all day to throw and hits him right on the money. 1st and 10, Cleveland from the 11. Get back to running the football. Balance. Run. Pass. Switch it up. Do whatever you're doing. Just keep it balanced. And they will, they'll run Nick Chubb again, and he's going to run into the end zone for the touchdown. And we have ourselves a tie ball game right now for the time being, pending the upcoming extra point. However, there is a penalty on the play, and this is probably going to be coming back for a hold. And they'll replay the down. It'll be 1st and 20 with triple nickel to play. Holding 10 yards. Wow. Replay 1st down. That's a touchdown, too. That has to hurt. Right back to it. Keep running it. Yeah, that's a hold. That opened the hole. And that's why he was able to run in for 6. So we're still at 13-7 with under 6 to play. 1st and 20 from the 21. Bubble screen complete near side. Couple blockers. 3-4 yards on them. Catch and run, but 2nd down and 16. 2nd and 17, excuse me. And, well, with 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning, I'd still feel safe kicking it. Because your defense has played well this second half. Because then all you would need late would be a field goal to tie if you have to settle for 3 again if you can't score to win the game. 2nd and 17. The handoff to Chubb, and he's going to get about 6 back to the 10, 11 yard line. If you don't get a first down, or if you don't score on this drive, I would kick it because you still have 3 timeouts and a 2-minute warning. And your defense has played well. You can potentially get the ball back with some time. And then you don't need a field goal to tie rather than a touchdown to tie and win. Because in the end, that might be the difference. I'd kick if you don't convert here on 3rd down. I would. You play it safe. You rely on your defense, and they played great in the second half compared to what they gave up in the first half. And even back to the Raiders up 10-0. Well, we'll get back to that in a second. I'll hold off on that thought. They run a screen to Johnson. And a few missed tackles by the Raiders, but they finally bring them down at the 6. So I'd kick it because you got a 4th and 4, 4th and 5. You have to kick this field goal with 4.5 to play and 3 timeouts plus 2-minute warning. You're good. No, you don't go for it here. You kick it. I get being aggressive, but there's a point in time. It'd be different if it's 4th and short. It's 4th and fucking 5. You don't get it. You're going to give them the ball back. Yeah, they'll have to drive the length of the field on you. But if they drive and score a touchdown ball game, because you're going to get the ball back with no time needing 2 scores in to win the game. They're going to go for it. If they don't get it, they're just screwing themselves over here, and they're going to deserve to lose. You kick this field goal. Now, if you want to try to draw them off sides, okay, so be it. But they'll snap it. And Mullins looking to throw. Prove me wrong. Score a touchdown. Or convert the first down. They do score a touchdown. He's wide open. And we're back tied at 13 with 3:45 to play. And an extra point's going to take the lead. But guess what? We got another penalty on the play. Jesus Christ. Holding on the defense. Penalties decline. Touchdown Cleveland. All right. Balls. I'd kick it. You play it safe. But you tie, you take the lead. Now the Raiders are going to have to get in field goal range to kick a field goal to win the game. And now that's why with Josh Jacobs and Peyton Barber, you're going to want to find a running game. You run the football, you work the clock, and you kick a game-winning field goal, and you get out of Dodge with a win. And you keep your season alive at 7-7. But if you blow this, back to what I was just about ready to say, you know, as I mentioned earlier, really not having to do a lot in the second half, you would think, if Cleveland keeps it up. But it's been a tale of 2 halves, and they've run Nick Chubb, and we'll see if they run them to a win. But Cleveland now has their first lead with 3:45 to play at 14-13. But the Raiders are going to get the ball back when we return. They're going to have to run the ball and work the clock. And then Cleveland's going to have to play it safe too, maybe call a few of their timeouts if they even want to get the ball back at that point in time. I would have kicked it. They go for it, score. Okay, like I said, prove me wrong, they score. So they have the lead. I'd rather feel safe or safer being down 3 with time and timeouts, and you have a chance to get the ball back, and then rather than needing a touchdown to win the game, a field goal ties and you go to overtime. But balls to the wall, they score, and they have the lead now. So credit to them. But Yeah, the Raiders now, they're going to have to run Jacobs and Barber. Derek Carr is going to have to make a few plays. This game, once again, going to come down to the wire. It's going to come down to one of the final few plays.
But at Pfizer, protecting the regular routine and every day drives us to reach for exceptional. Working to impact hundreds of millions of lives.
So we'll see what happens, but 14-13. Cleveland on top of Vegas. 3:45 to play. Nick Mullins, 20 of 30. 147 yards passing. And that touchdown, I believe, was to Harrison Bryant, if I'm not mistaken, it was, who has 2 catches, 11 yards receiving now. Nick Chubb, 20 carries, 84 yards rushing, and a touchdown. Higgins, 3 or 24. Njoku, 3 or 29. Dennis Johnson has 4 catches, 17 yards out of the backfield. Chubb has a catch out of the backfield as well for a few yards. Donovan Peoples-Jones was big on that drive, though. He had a few big third down receptions, making up for his drops in the first half. 4 catches, 48 yards receiving. Felton, 3 of 16. Bryant has the touchdown now. So, I mean, it's a touchdown and a field goal to a 2-touchdown ratio with the Raiders down by 1. And the turnover, the one turnover by Derek Carr after that fake punt drive. It wasn't that killed him. It was the fumble a few plays later. That might be the difference because they capitalized and scored to cut it to 3 at 10-7. The Raiders still kicked field goal since, but you still can't settle. But at this rate, well, that's why you kick it earlier. Because now you're going to be in a spot, a field goal wins it for you on the road at 16-14. So on the return from the 2-yard line are the Raiders. Out past the 20 to the 25, 1st and 10. So same as a touchback. No, but the fumble is the difference because they don't turn the ball over. The Raiders are still on top by 6 at 13-7. And the Browns, okay, they still have momentum scoring for the first time at that point, but they score for the second time, take the lead. You know, they'd be, trying to get the ball back then at that point. But they have a lead. They're going to try to force the Raiders to stop and find a way to win this game. So, 1st and 10 from the 25. Empty set, 5 wide for Carr. 3.5 to play. Going to dump it off, and it's caught by his tight end. And 87, Foster gets to 31 for a 6-yard pickup. 2nd down and 4. Vikings, Bears kick off about a half hour. Minnesota on the road wearing their home purple uniforms, as Chicago's going to wear their throwback winged helmet unis, but about 10 minutes from Raw kicking off on USA Network as well. No idea what they have planned, so we're going to be in for a rude awakening probably, and we'll see how good the show ends up being versus how bad it might be as well. But 2nd and 4, pass complete, near side to Zay Jones, 1st and 10, Raiders, under 3 to play. Down a point, 14-13, and a field goal for them wins the game. They have 2 timeouts plus a 2-minute warning here, so basically 3 compared to the Browns' 3 timeouts as well. New set of downs, 1st and 10. Balance. Do what Cleveland's done lately. Run the football. They're going to throw again here, it looks like. Empty set, 5 wide. Carr will. Steps up. He'll go deep down the middle of the field, and it's going to be picked off by the Browns. And 2 Derek Carr turnovers is going to be the reason why the Raiders are going to lose today, and their playoff hopes are going to be shattered. And Christmas coming early for Cleveland to take atop the AFC North. 2:47 to play. Still got 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning. So if they can get off the field on defense, the Raiders are still going to get the ball back. No doubt about it. But they take the deep shot, and into double coverage, he throws the pick. And Derek Carr, yeah. Fuck, you had Deshaun Jackson wide open over the middle of the field, buddy. Come on, man. And that was the same play he hit Jackson early in the Dallas game that, of course, he was off to the races then for the touchdown to strike first. And then they win that game in overtime on the road. They're 500 on the road this year, and it seems like they'll drop below that if this holds. But First and 10 now from the 23. Got to get up the field on defense. Got to call your 2 timeouts before the 2-minute warning here. And get the ball back, no timeouts, under 2 to play. Still needing a field goal to win the game. But if Cleveland can run Nick Chubb and they end up winning, Nick Chubb is your MVP. Not of the league, but of this game. And Derek Carr with the turnovers, and the Browns able to capitalize. Not with a touchdown as they did earlier, but on this, to work the clock and run it out, that's also capitalizing because you're still going to win. And just, yeah, man, fuck me. That's what Derek Carr says. We can read his lips. And another crucial turnover. Another big turnover. You can't turn the ball over. I don't care where the hell the game is being played at. Whether you're on top or coming from behind. But more so not the latter, because you are. And you're not doing a lot. You're getting shut out 14-3 in the second half. You can't expect to win or have a chance to win, even though they still do, turning the ball over like that. Just stupid. Just stupid. From the 25, 2nd and 8. And Mullins going to hand off. Nick Chubb. 2, maybe another 3-yard run. They bring him down. He's still rolling. Shit. They're going to give him a few more yards than that, and they'll have a 3rd and 3. Another timeout, the 3rd and final by the Raiders. It's another 3rd and 3 for Cleveland. If they can convert, they might have to get another first down, but for the most part, ball game, Cleveland would win. If the Raiders can get off the field here, of course, Cleveland's going to have a 4th down, 2 minutes to play. Back to special teams. I mean, hell, we've already seen a fake punt. Maybe Cleveland draws one up, but I doubt it. You'd punt, pin them deep. Maybe a decent return, set up good starting field position. All the Raiders need, if they do get the ball back once again, hope to God they don't turn it over, they're going to need a field goal to win. Out of the eye, 3rd down and 3 from the 30. This might be your play of the game right here. And Mullins will hand off Nick Chubb again. And Chubb, nowhere to go. Tackle for loss in the backfield. They'll wind it. It'll be 4th and 4 for the Browns with 2 minutes to play, and they're going to have to punt. So the Raiders, even with the turnover, right now it's not going to cost them. Derek Carr is starting to warm back up. They're going to get the ball back on offense. And they're going to have to drive the length of the field. Once again, still needing a field goal to win this game. But back to not turning the ball over. You can't turn it over and expect to win. 2 minutes to play. They'll have a 4th and 3 officially. Don't jump off sides. Whatever the hell you do, do not jump off sides. Because then you're done. Game's over. They can run the clock out. A couple kneel downs. Because you don't have any timeouts to stop the clock. It looks like they'll stick with it. No TV timeout with a commercial break here with 2 minutes to play. But in the meantime here, yeah. Do not jump off sides and do not turn the ball over. Get field goal range and bring on Daniel Carlson. 3rd time's a charm. Talk about special teams being the difference. We'll see if he can kick a game winner for the brand. But been a good game. Been a better second half than it was in the first. Because Cleveland's come back and, made it close because they found a running game with Nick Chubb. Not necessarily the Raiders abandoned their run. Cleveland's defense has just stopped Josh Jacobs and Peyton Barber for the most part this second half. I mean, it's been a tale of 2 halves and a defensive showdown and a low-scoring 14-13 matchup. As Derek Carr has 27 career game-winning touchdown drives in the 4th quarter or overtime. The last was on Thanksgiving on the road against Dallas Cowboys. Of course, that went to overtime, but it still counted. And they kicked the game-winning field goal and won. So 2 minutes to play. Browns on to punt. Up 1, 14-13. Do not jump off sides. Whatever the hell you do, do not jump off sides. No block punt either. And not necessarily a good punt, but a better return for the Raiders compared to what they've had today. They'll have a minute 50 71 yards to go for a touchdown. But all you have to do is get in field goal range. With a minute 50 to play, down 1, and a field goal will win it. See if Derek Carr can drive them to a come from behind win in a game they had won. But getting beat in the second half. Carr dumps off. It's dropped, incomplete at 35. 10 for Jacobs. Second down and 10. Got 3 more plays unless they get a new set of downs. And Daniel Carlson has 3 career game-winning drives as well, to his credit, for field goals to win it. Last in Week 12 against Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Game I called. You got to go. You have no timeouts. You didn't get the hell out of bounds either. Complete to Morneau for 2, maybe 3 yards. It'll be 3rd down and 7. From the 32. Trips top of your screen. Just get a first down. They have all day. And Carr completes to Zay Jones. Drive stays alive. You got to go. You have a minute 6 and counting. You got to go. Don't spike it. You got time. There's about a 30-second differential right now between the game clock and play clock. Under a minute to play. Complete to Jacobs out of the backfield. About 9.5. Going to be short. You got to go. Got to go. They're trying to hold him down so he can't get back up. So they can't snap the ball. Which that should be a penalty. 2nd and 1. 40 seconds and counting. From the 46er on the right side of the 50. I'd like another 20 yards if you can get it. And it's complete to Zay Jones. They get that 20 yards to the 29-yard line. And a first down and 10. Spike it. Take the down. Take 2nd down and 10. Got a penalty, though. And this is coming back for a hold. Wow. Penalties by both teams, crucial. Penalties and turnovers. Kill you. They absolutely kill you. See if it was a hold or not. Yep, that's a hold. That's why he was able to get rid of it and complete the Zay Jones. That's a penalty. That's 10 yards. Replay it. It'll be what now? 2nd and 11. Yeah, because it was 2nd and 1. All right, yeah. Now they're with 29 seconds, no timeouts, on the wrong side of the 50, and you got to get the hell out of bounds. Carr, complete near side of Monroe. Get out of bounds. Get out of bounds. He gets a few extra yards. What a play by him. 22 seconds. Gets the first down. Out of bounds as well. Way to know, your role. What a play that was. That was... You have to... It's all about awareness. You got to be aware of what's going on. And it's more mental than it is physical. 1st and 10 from the 45 for the Raiders. Down 1 with 22 seconds to play. You got to get out of bounds again. You cannot take a sack. And Carr complete to the 30. He doesn't. You got to go. Got to go. It'll be first down, but you got to go. You got to spike it. You're going to have under 10 seconds to play here, and you're going to have to bring Daniel Carlson on for a field goal now. They're going to work it. Under 5, 4, 3. They spike it. 3 seconds from here. It's going to be a 47-yard field goal for the win. The Browns have 3 timeouts, so if they want to ice the Raiders just like they did to close out the first half, and we saw what happened there. Of course, the Browns made the first field goal, had the timeout. They missed it, scored 2 touchdowns, and have been beating the Raiders here 14-3 in this second half, following the 10-0 halftime lead. But Daniel Carlson officially from 48 yards out for the win. Kick going to be up, and the kick's going to be good, and the Raiders win it 16-14 against the Cleveland Browns. But then there was a whistle that I did not hear. I don't think anybody heard it because the crowd was on their feet. Timeout by Cleveland. So they're going to have to kick it again. Special teams. What did I say? What did I say? Special teams. And what a finish this would be with how the first half finished, with what I just said. The Browns kicked it, made it, they got iced, they missed it. And that was their best drive after 4 straight punts to begin the game. And what a way to finish now. Raiders needing a game-winning field goal that they made, but they get iced. This from 48 yards out, and the win. WWE Monday Night Raw underway. Recap from last week, Monday Night Football. The second of the doubleheader to kick off shortly with the Vikings and Bears. This for the win, though. 48-yard field goal. Daniel Carlson, kick still up and good, and the Raiders still win it 16-14. And both teams are now 7-7 and still in the playoff hunt. Raiders defeat the Browns for the second straight year on the road, following a postponement from Saturday, and they pick up an A-list win on the road against the Cleveland Browns here this Monday afternoon. 16-14, your final score. What a game. What a second half. And it comes down, once again, to the final play of the game. That's like, I've lost count now the past week and a half. Every single game I've streamed has come down literally to the final play of the game. Steelers, Vikings, Bills, Buccaneers, Rams, Cardinals, Chiefs, Chargers also went to OT. And then on Saturday, yesterday and today, with Patriots, Colts, Titans, Steelers, and the Raiders with another game-winning field goal on the road, as they did on Thanksgiving against the Cowboys the Monday before Christmas. They did the same to the Browns, and they're still in it. I believe we have 4 7-7 teams now in the AFC playoff picture with 3 weeks to go. It's going to be very wild down the stretch. Very crazy, interesting to say the least. Because if the Raiders lose, you know, their season's done for, like I said, the start, 6-8. They'd have to win out for the most part to make it with some help. They win. They're both still in it at 7-7. But I would think even with what Cleveland did in the second half, this sucks even more for them, because if they would have won, they'd be in first place in the AFC North right now. But thank you, Raiders, because you help out Pittsburgh, even though you beat us back in September. Derek Carr almost blew it, of course, with the turnovers. But defense, they got to stop. They got the offense the ball back, and in the end, he's able to drive them and get in field goal range, and even with icing the kicker, that worked for them against the Browns, and Cleveland missed it. It doesn't work the other way around, and the Raiders still kick a game-winning field goal, and they win it 16-14, as Christmas has come early for them, and they're still in it for the playoffs right now. But in the meantime, WWE Monday Night Raw in Milwaukee, so let's crack some Miller Lights and hope to enjoy this red brand edition of the WWE tonight, as SmackDown for this upcoming Friday was filmed this past week. So they'll have tonight, and then they'll be off until next weekend after Christmas with the house shows for the holiday tour. And then I would think for the New Year's Eve edition of SmackDown, that's going to be filmed, unless it's going to be live, which I don't think it is right now, because they change around their schedule there a little bit. That'll be filmed after Raw next week, or even before, for all we know, probably afterwards. And that would be, I believe, they're in Detroit. So they're in the Midwest, Milwaukee to Detroit, next 2 weeks for Raw. They're in Chicago on Friday night for SmackDown. And, of course, the big dog, Roman Reigns, fired Paul Heyman. But that was all after winners coming for AEW last Wednesday in the barn burner opening match that went an hour plus for the AEW World Heavyweight Championship with... and now, why is this back to being a triple threat when it was a fatal four-way? Okay, now they show the graphic of the fatal four-way, so I don't know if that was on them. They did that by accident. What? Because last week, Bobby Lashley did all that work for nothing, man. He defeated in 3 singles matches Kevin Owens, Seth Rollins, and Big E And with those wins, if he won all three, which he did, he'd be added to make it a fatal four-way to the WWE Championship day one. So that's what we have now. So rather than the triple threat, fatal four-way for the title. No, but last Wednesday we had Hangman Adam Page retain his World Heavyweight Championship over Bryan Danielson. And they'll have their Holiday Bash episode Wednesday. They'll have New Year's Smash next Wednesday. Into the new year, Dynamite switches to TBS with Rampage staying on TNT. They have a Battle of the Belts, and then they're on to Revolution in the spring. But right now, WWE's on the road to day one on New Year's, and then Royal Rumble, of course, the road to WrestleMania. Still to come, interview with Derek Carr. All right, we have still yet to kick off on ESPN with the Vikings and Bears. And as mentioned, we're going to stick with it until halftime of that game. And only halftime. So about a 5-hour stream, give or take. Half hour or so, probably. Just once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Hit that thumbs up button. Share, hashtag NFL, hashtag Monday Night Football, hashtag WWE, hashtag WWE Raw. Check questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated as well. Here's the interview with Derek Carr, who is now 4-1 all time against the Browns.
The safety said their corner made a great play and accelerating and getting that ball. I didn't think he was going to get there. I thought we were going to win on that play, but our defense did a great job.
Carr thought they were going to win on the one play. They were confident. Defense kept them in it, and hats off to the Browns. But they found a way to win, and that's all that matters, because that's all anybody ever remembers in the end anyway, whether you won or lost, and the Raiders do. 16-14 on another game-winning field goal. They're now 7-7. They're still in it. And if they get hot, who knows? They can make a run at it. You know? They've been through a lot this year, and they've been through a lot the past 48, 72 hours or so as well, because this game was originally supposed to be played on Saturday. But they postponed it till today, of course, 5 o'clock kick on the NFL Network, because of COVID. When it wasn't their fault. When it should have been an automatic win for them, because with what the NFL, the Raiders had a fair argument. But they've always gotten screwed by the NFL, so what's new? With what the NFL said over the summer, that if a team cannot play, or if they have however many players out because of COVID, it's a forfeit. You lose. But because of the money involved, the games, as we all know, they're still going to be played one way or another. But they defied the odds. They don't give a shit. And in the end, guess what? They just won. And as Al Davis once said, just win, baby. The Raiders do just that on the road against the Browns on another game-winning field goal this year. 16-14, your final score. Snapping a 2-game losing streak on top of it. They got blown out last week against the Chiefs. Literally got their ass kicked. As long as they have a chance, they're going to be in it, no doubt about it. Just fight, effort, not wanting to quit. And like I said, if they can keep it up and get hot, who knows? Of course, I believe 4 7-7 teams. We'll look at the standings here in a minute, because we're going to have some time. Look at the playoff picture, both AFC and NFC. Yeah, they might need some help, but of course they got swept by the Chiefs, which is killing them right now. But Kansas City just beat LA. But the Chargers are still ahead of them, and they're tied with the Broncos now at 7-7 in the West. So if the Raiders make the playoffs, along with the Browns, but more so than not the Raiders, it's going to be as a wild card, because Cleveland's still going to have a chance to win the division. But they're going to drop to last in the North and last in the AFC with the 12 teams that are remaining. So that's why it was a big game for both teams today.
For the gifts you won't forget, the Mercedes-Benz winter event.
Of course, you have. We'll actually look at the standings right now for the hell of it. How about that?
Want your clothes to smell freshly washed all day without heavy perfume?
Just to get a, of course, better idea and a better look at it right now, whether you can see or not. But what a game! What a game! Yeah, in the North, you have Cincinnati, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, and Cleveland. So the tie is helping the Steelers or the Browns right now. And they'll meet in 2 weeks' time on Monday Night Football for the final Monday night game of the year. So everybody's still alive in that division. But if Pittsburgh doesn't have the tie and they're 8-6, but still 7-7, they'd still be in third place, let alone second place, because the head-to-head win over the Ravens. Still haven't played them, but they got swept by the Bengals. So there's that. Both teams are still in at 7-7. Yeah, we have the Dolphins at 7-7, the Browns at 7-7, the Broncos, and now the Raiders also 7-7. So yes, 4 7-7 teams in the AFC, with the Chiefs in the number 1 spot, New England's 2, Tennessee's 3, and Cincinnati's 4. 5, 6, and 7, Indy, LA, the Chargers, and then the Buffalo Bills, who are also 8-6. And then the tie there for the Steelers with the head-to-head win over the Bills is hurting them, because they'd both be 8-6 if Pittsburgh would have won that game over Detroit because they head-to-head week 1. And Buffalo would be on the outside looking in right now, even with their win yesterday over Carolina. It's going to be a wild finish down the stretch, and tiebreakers are going to play key. And that's why you play the game, okay? So, not decide on paper, decide on the field. And you play to win the game, as Herm Edwards once said. So, that's, the AFC. It's Kansas City, New England, Tennessee, Cincinnati as your division leaders. Followed by the Colts, Chargers, and Bills, with, in no particular order, these teams in the hunt. We'll just go from division to division, east, north, south, west. The Dolphins, the Ravens, the Steelers, the Browns, the Raiders, and Broncos, as they actually show us the playoff picture. So, yeah, division leaders, you have Kansas City, New England, Tennessee, and Cincinnati. That's 1 through 4. And then 5 through 7 is Indy, LA, and the Buffalo Bills. So we'll see if they can circle the wagons and either win the division or make it as a wild card. They play at New England on Sunday, as we previewed Week 16 a little bit ago. In the meantime, as Week 16 will kick off on Thursday Night Football with 49ers and Titans, we're going to kick off on Monday Night Football over on ESPN with the Vikings and Bears. As I don't know why we're getting it's a Christmas-themed Monday Night Football intro with the Vikings and Bears, but I don't know why politics are being involved in it, but I'll digress. So yeah, that's where we're at. In that regard, we're going to stay on until halftime in this game. Then we'll sign off and then be back on tomorrow night for more NFL Live Watch Along Actions Live here on YouTube with Tuesday Night Football for the second straight year. It'll be Washington and Philly, and then we'll have updates of Seattle and LA, the Rams. But in the meantime, on Raw, after an opening segment with Bobby Lashley and then Big E coming out to cut promo, of course, both Kevin Owens and Seth Rollins, who are also in that Fatal 4 at WWE Day 1 on January 1st, they come out and attack, and now we're getting some recaps from last week, and we'll see what's coming up next on the slate. But we're about to kick off now from Soldier Field, Chicago, Illinois, Minnesota, and Chicago, as the Vikings are back deep to receive on the road, wearing their home purple uniforms, as the Bears wear their winged helmet throwbacks. In the meantime, we're underway. Bears kick off, return from the 4-yard line for the Vikings, and Skull to the 22, 1st and 10 from there to begin the game. Hoping for as good, if not better, game here. We'll update, of course, the final score tomorrow, but as we'll only stay on until halftime. But we'll update final stats and scores from Raiders-Browns, get into some stats in this matchup as well. Continue to talk, of course, what's going on in the NFL playoff picture for the time being, with a few weeks to play. The playoffs begin now, less than a month, and then also continue to watch WWE Monday Night Raw. So once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. As Kirk Cousins gonna roll out, he'll tuck it and run, and about a 5-6 yard scamper for him, and second down and medium. Of course, Minnesota coming off of a Thursday night win last week at home against the black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers in a game that was over early. They almost blew it though, abandoning the run in the second half. Still found a way to win, and they won. Win's a win. 136-28 over the Steelers. And then, of course, your mini bye week, playing on Thursday night, but then you get an extra day off playing on Monday night the following week. Whereas the Bears, last Sunday night, they went to Lambeau and lost to the Green Bay Packers 45-30. As Green Bay won the North yesterday afternoon over Baltimore. So they're in the playoffs. They're the lone team in the NFL, let alone the NFC, to clinch a playoff berth right now. So if Minnesota, as Detroit's already been eliminated, Chicago's still in the mix, but really they lose, they're done for. They're 4-9, so no 10-win teams making the playoffs. If Minnesota can win, get 7-7, they're still in the thick of it too. What I'm getting at is they're going to have to make it as a wild card, which they can do. They've done it in the past. But also in the NFC, with Dallas atop the East, Green Bay your 1 seed, top the North. Tampa lost last night. They're 10-4. They're the 2nd seed. And then Arizona, your 4 seed with another loss. They're also 10-4. You have Green Bay, Tampa Bay, Dallas, and Arizona. Cowboys-Cardinals play on January the 2nd, I believe, week 17, next to last week of the regular season. Of course, with the expanded regular season, 18 weeks, 17 games now. In the hunt, in the wild card, you have LA, San Francisco, New Orleans is 7-7. They play the Dolphins next week. That'll be a big game. And that's a crossover AFC-NFC. So, I mean, unless those two teams tie, the loser might be on the outside looking in, depending on what else happens. So, the Rams, Niners, Saints, hell, the Falcons are still in it, along with these Vikings. But I feel for probably the last, unless these, teams lose more than they win down the stretch, they might be fighting for the last wild card spot, and that's between Washington and Philly, and they play tomorrow night. So that's a big game there. Of course, that was postponed from yesterday to tomorrow because of COVID as well. So a lot to unwind and figure out, but we'll come unwound at some point in time. But in the meantime, 3rd down, Cousins going to go deep and has a man just overthrew him, incomplete. 4th down, and they'll go 3 and out to begin the game. And Matt Nagy's led Chicago Bears with Justin Fields going to get the ball on offense for the first time here tonight. Nagy's probably going to be on the outs. They'll probably end up firing him here before too long. Hell, maybe even tomorrow if they do lose tonight. So don't be surprised if that happens. And that's breaking news into tomorrow night's Tuesday night game. But, just they've shown some signs of life. I mean, the last time they were on Monday Night Football, it's been primetime now 2 straight weeks, as have the Vikings. Minnesota won, Chicago lost. Crowd wanted a late hit. They're not going to get it. 1st and 10 from Soldier Field. Nice aerial shot for Chicago on the return. And speaking of the Bears, Seth Rollins and Kevin Owens walking backstage. And I'm sure he'll have eyes on this at some point in time throughout the night. But he's in the middle of a feud right now, a fatal four-way championship match, WWE One for the championship, with Owens, who's standing beside him backstage now with the authority figures in the WWE, with Postman Adam Pearce and Sonya Deville. But then he also, of course, as earlier, what happened during the attack by them. Now we're backstage, back from Crush Break. Big E and Bobby Lashley are also in it too, but Owens just shakes his head. He actually just re-signed. He, as said, late October, early November, hey, whether it's for another 3 weeks, 3 months, 3 years, I'm just going to keep fighting, and it's going to be for at least another 3 years. He has re-signed with the company, so good for KO. He's going to be sticking around. That's a reason to give him the WWE Championship now at day one, which they probably won't do. And back to what I've stated before, what I think potentially could happen with how things have gone, with who they're high on, and what they normally do with history repeating itself, depending on who it is. That, of course, you have WWE Day 1 on January the 1st. And I've said in the past, I think it'd be better. Okay, yeah, Matt Riddle to win the Royal Rumble, but then right now he's a tag team champion with Randy Orton. RK Bro's going to break up all the singles match at WrestleMania. Riddle's going to win Money in the Bank come summertime. That's what I think right now. Of course, plans could change. Why not give Kevin Owens Royal Rumble and have him main event for the championship at WrestleMania 38 come April? And then give him the championship win as well. Because it's been a long time coming. He's had his highs, but he's also had his lows, but he's been just in the middle of the pack as of late, it seems like. Maybe they promised him something, but you know how promises go. So, we'll see what happens. Looks like we'll have a women's singles match with Bianca Belair and Piper Niven Doudrop on Raw coming up next, but they're just north in Milwaukee. We're just south in Chicago. And Vikings, Bears, hand off David Montgomery. And he'll get 10 yards for a first down. Might be coming back, though, for a hold. 10 yards, replay the down. And another former Iowa State Cyclone running back in Breece Hall declaring for the draft, opting out of the bowl game against Clemson. Be sure to check out my Culture Ball bowl game, bowl season preview as well over here on the YouTube channel. You know what I think. But as we had earlier, Tulsa defeat Old Dominion in the Myrtle Beach Bowl. We'll have 2 bowl games tomorrow. We'll catch the tail end of the Idaho Potato Bowl on the blue turf, Boise, and then the UTSA San Diego State matchup tomorrow night with Tuesday night NFL football. But a lot going on, no doubt about it. After the penalty, they'll have 1st and 18 officially back at the 8-yard line. Fields looking to throw, and almost picked off. And speaking of COVID, too, with as many players as the Browns had out, the Bears are sort of in the same spot, so I don't know why this game wasn't moved by any means. But like I said, both these teams have played in primetime now 2 straight weeks. Whether it be Thursday, Sunday, they're both playing each other tonight on Monday Night Football. I saw the Bears, of course, play Monday night early November against Pittsburgh Steelers. They had that game lost. Found a way to come back, almost won it. Pittsburgh kicked game-winning field goal and won. As we just saw, the Raiders kicked game-winning field goal as well against the Browns. But this is a must-win for Minnesota because, speaking of head coaches getting fired, with Matt Nagy probably going to get canned by Chicago, if the Vikings lose and fall to 6-8, playoff berth probably busted. Mike Zimmer, don't be shocked if he gets canned by the end of the year at some point in time. He's been there for how long? They've made the playoffs on it a few times, and not necessarily bad, but they're just right there. They're not, pulling away. They're not. You got to give credit where credit's due. They've won how many games under them? I believe he picked up his 69th or 70th win last week against the Steelers. But, when you think of the Minnesota Vikings, because with Rodgers in the pack, Of course, the Bears have a good season every now and then. Lions are still suck ass, but they should have more than 2 wins than they have right now. And Dan Campbell's the right man for the job there. They'll hopefully get back on track and win a few more down the road. But when you think of the Minnesota Vikings, whether they have Kirk Cousins the quarterback, or even back to might be pushing it, Dante Culpepper and Randy Moss, and even Chris Carter. But the past, and even when Favre was there, okay, he got in the NFC Championship game before they lost to the Saints. But then everybody else, just 5-6 years ago, they went through how many quarterbacks and defied the odds, no doubt about it. But what I'm getting at is, when you think of the Minnesota Vikings, they're not a top team in the league, but they still, and you got to give credit where credit's due, find ways to win games, and that's all that matters. But eventually, as time heals everything, well, that's also going to catch up to him at some point in time, you would think. That, enough's enough. And as my volume on ESPN goes out for some reason, now it's back, okay. And I didn't touch the remote, no mute button. Now the screen fades to black. Some issues with ESPN right now, the broadcast, but both teams go 3-and-out punt. So, we'll update some stats and scores with Minnesota and Chicago here shortly. But in the game we just witnessed, with the Raiders winning, kicking a game-winning field goal, defeating the Browns 16-14. They still got beat in the second half, but they did enough early, back to not doing enough in the first half of Cleveland. That's really in the end, even though those 2 rushing touchdowns, that cost them. It did, because they didn't do enough early on. You think about it, even with the turnovers by the Raiders, they found a way to get in field goal range, kick game-winning field goal. Now, if Cleveland has that field goal, once again, back special teams being the difference. They had that field goal at the end of the first half. The Raiders are going to need a touchdown on that last drive to win the game, not a field goal, because they would have been up 17-13, and 17-16 wouldn't have cut it, and the Browns would have won. So it came down to special teams as the difference. It did. You think about it. But final stats and scores from this matchup. Nick Mullins in the loss. Only 10 incompletions, and for the most part, they're all drops by the wide receivers. He could have had a near-perfect game. He played great. They took the pressure off of him and were able to run the football with Nick Chubb, who came up 9 yards short of 100 yards rushing. Nick Mullins was 20-30, 147 yards passing, and a touchdown. Nick Chubb had 23 carries, 91 yards rushing, and a touchdown. And Mullins' passing touchdown was to Harrison Bryant, who had 2 catches, 11 yards receiving in the score. Donovan Peoples-Jones made up for his drops in the first half, but once again, if Cleveland did a little bit more in the first and second quarters, they might have won this game. 60-minute game, you can't play just a half of football and expect to win. Peoples-Jones had 4 catches, 48 yards receiving. David Njoku, 329. Rashard Higgins, 3 catches, 24 yards receiving. Ernest Johnson, 4 for 17, stepping up without Kareem Hunt, as he also had a couple carries for a few yards out of the backfield as well. Felton, 3 of 16, Bryant, 2 of 11 to score, and then Chubb had a catch for a couple yards out of the backfield too. Cleveland will head to Green Bay on Saturday, Christmas afternoon. Browns, Packers from Lambeau Field, and we'll see who, if any at all, with the players that were out today, if they get them back by Saturday's matchup. I would think they should, for the most part, get a few, if not all of them, back off the COVID-19 reserve list, but you just never know. We'll see how this week pans out. And hopefully, once again, everyone has a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. The Raiders on the flip side with the win, as both teams are now 7-7. Derek Carr in the 2-point 16-14 win, driving his team downfield, even after the fumble and the interception. And fumble, okay, that doesn't happen they're running the clock out, not even having to get field goal range to win it, because the Browns have one less touchdown than they do at 13-7. And then Cleveland probably kicks it as they should have, but they didn't. They proved me wrong. They scored, and they made the Raiders get field goal range, which they did, and they won. So they still got beat. The Browns did, but even with the turnovers, he was able to drive the team downfield and got in field goal range for a game-winning score. And Carr finished 25 of 38 for 236 yards passing. Touchdown, interception, was sacked twice. The fumble occurred on the sack. He got banged up on the play. He's tough, though. And came back out there and found a way to win the game. So kudos to Derek Carr and the Raiders. Big win for them to stay alive, because, like I said, if they lose, their season for the most part is done for. Carr, 25 of 38, 236 yards passing, touchdown and a pick. Also had 3 carries, 7 yards on the ground. Josh Jacobs finished because they ran him more in the second half than they did Peyton Barber. Barber had a carry or two in the second half, but he did his damage in the first half. 5 carries, 34 yards rushing. Jacobs had 15 carries, 52 yards rushing, which isn't bad, but compared to Cleveland with how they ran the ball in the second half, when they needed to and almost finding a way to win, and they lose, the Raiders, if they're going to want to win down the stretch, they're going to find a running game with Josh Jacobs and Peyton Barber. And Carr's going to still have to make plays, no doubt about it. Got a few whistles. Chicago's on the return. They're going to blow this dead. It'll be second down for the Vikings midway through this opening quarter. But Zay Jones led the team in receiving, 6 catches, 67 yards. Foss-Murneau had 7 catches, 65 yards receiving. And, of course, kept the drive alive. Got the ball a little further on downfield, and they ended up getting the field goal range, of course. And got there and spiked it, and from 48 yards out, Daniel Carlson, third time to charm, 3 for 3 on field goals today. Rely on special teams, folks. And special teams was the difference. It was, and they win 16-14. Jacobs had 3 catches, 42 yards as well in the backfield. Hunter Renfrow, 3 of 32. He had a few close calls and muffed punts, but able to recover all of them. Barber had a catch for 12 yards. Sean Jackson, 1 for 11. If Carr would have went to him on the interception, he had him wide open, and he would have been off to the races in the end zone. It was the same play they ran against the Cowboys to take the lead in that game on Thanksgiving. And hell, Brian Edwards, he had 3 catches, 8 yards, but the touchdown to give them the early lead at 7-0. That, in the end, as the Vikings score, doing the gritty, 6-0 Minnesota, 12-yard passing touchdown from Kirk Cousins to the second-year wide receiver at LSU. 6-zip with extra point to come. Brian Edwards didn't do a damn thing late, but they didn't need him to. I mean, he ended up being a decoy when he was out there, because they started to go to Zay Jones, started to go to Murneau. Out of the backfield, hitting the backs. Extra point good, 7-0 Vikings. So, just good performance by the Raiders in the end. It was. And they deserved to win. They found a way to win. They played good even with a few mistakes. Wasn't a perfect game, but they played good enough in all 3 phases in order to win. And the Raiders do, in fact, win 16-14. So I'll leave it at that. I've said my piece over the past few hours now on that matchup. So we're going to switch course. And the second of the doubleheader now underway, Minnesota and Chicago. And Vikings up 7 there with that touchdown. Kirk Cousins, a 12-yard strike to Justin Jefferson in the back of the end zone near side for 6. So Cousins is 6 of 7 for 40 yards and a touchdown. Justin Jefferson has 2 catches for 30 yards in the touchdown. Cousins 6 of 7, 40 yards in his score. Dalvin Cook has 5 carries, 24 yards rushing. If he has a big night, it might be a long night for the Chicago defense because he ran all over the Pittsburgh defense. Yeah, so the common opponent for both Minnesota and Chicago here tonight is Pittsburgh. It is. Yeah, Jefferson, JJ has 2 catches, 30 yards in the score. Osborne 1 for 5. CJ Ham a catch for 3 yards. Cook 2 for 2 out of the backfield. Whereas Chicago, they punt on their opening drive. Minnesota did as well, but they, on their second drive, just their drive and score 6. Justin Fields is 1 for 2 for 12 yards. David Montgomery, 1 for 1. And Cole Kmet has the lone catch. 1 catch, 12 yards. So that's where we're at. 7-0 Minnesota. We're going to stay on until halftime, but at the same time, hell, if it gets ugly here, we might only stay on until the first quarter. But in the meantime, Austin Theory backstage getting interviewed. He's getting a little annoying, taking all the damn selfies he's taking and saying and doing what he's doing. But yeah, that is right. Thanks for that update, Steve Levy. The recap from the history books. And like I said, I don't know why this game wasn't postponed because of COVID with the Bears situation. I guess it just wasn't as bad as the others. But yeah, back, I forget the exact year. I'm sure he said it, so you probably heard it in the background. But a good decade or so ago, maybe a little bit more. It was when Favre was playing for the Vikings. Yeah, they had that snowstorm, and the Metrodome collapsed. And they, played at the University of Minnesota at TCF Bank Stadium in the Twin Cities. That stadium has since been renamed, but it's where Minnesota, the Golden Gophers, play at. They played late December outside in the land of 10,000 lakes in like below freezing temperatures. But what's different? We're in Chicago on December Monday night outside, and of course the Bears want a new stadium, and maybe the city will get another team and maybe have a dome. No, that just takes away from the history. The Chicago Bears need to be playing at Soldier Field. They just need to get their head on straight, and with ownership, management, and the personnel with coaches and players, get who they see fit to win in football games and start winning games rather than losing all the time. And I mean, if you win, it's quiet. When you lose, all hell's gonna break loose, you know? So it looks like up next on Raw we'll have a singles match with Finn Balor and Austin Theory. So we'll see how that goes. I thought, of course, Balor should have been inserted in that Fatal 4 for the WWE Championship, but it looks like he'll be, along with Theory, potentially in the running in the mix for the United States Championship now, coming for Damian Priest, who I don't think has lost a singles match on Raw since he's won the title, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Let me know in the comments below if I am, but pretty sure that's right. But Raw is at a commercial break. And the Bears, in the meantime, picking up a few first downs here. 3.5 to play in the quarter. We'll stay on until halftime. I'll stick by my word on that. We'll stay on until halftime. But no longer, no further than that. Because streaming-wise, I'm not going to be able to go longer than 5.5, 6 hours because, believe me, I've tried it before. And I can do it myself personally, but streaming-wise, I'd have to start another stream. And just, unless I'm having technical difficulty and it's one of those days, and that's why the streams are in separate parts, okay, but when I can get it in one and do what I'm doing, then yeah, that's what's going to happen. That's the plan. That's the game plan. Second down and 11 after a loss of a yard there from the 47-yard line. Fields out of the gun. He's shown improvement this year. Fumble, and the Vikings recover. Maybe we won't stay on until halftime now. Maybe I'll take back my word. Like I just said, if it gets ugly, if they start to blow them out here, what's the sense? What's the point of watching this? You know? And I mean, at least for a doubleheader, we get one good game. I mean, Yeah, that's on fields. You can't be carrying the ball like a loaf of bread and get it punched out. Not even punched out, just can't even take a hit, and then the ball jars loose, and it's a fumble, and they're right there to recover it. Yeah, we might get, these games to split. One might be good, the other might be bad. Hell, we might have 2 good games in the end. Not coming down the final play of the game by any means, but then also just like very rarely. I mean, do we ever get a doubleheader to begin with in the NFL? Because Sunday's games, you have our games from 1 to 4 to 8. It's always one single Thursday night, one single Sunday night, and one single Monday night. Very rarely. I mean, your Sunday games, okay, you'll have good games, but percentage-wise, like maybe 60, 70%, 6, 7 of the 10 games, give or take. There's going to be a few that's like, what the hell's going on, Like, it's still football, it's still fun to watch, but if Minnesota can capitalize now off the turnover, it gets ugly. Yeah, we'll have one good game today and one bad game. But maybe Minnesota blows it like they did last week and then holds on to win. 60-minute game, not over until it's over, of course. And we'll see how this goes. Austin Theory getting booed. That's not a good sign for him. But at the same time, it is, because they want him to boo him because he's a heel. He has charisma, I've said that, but just with what they're doing with him, it's just so fucking stupid. And I believe it was Bailey, if I'm not mistaken. It might have been somebody else. Basically saying, hey, they just gave him what Tyler Breeze used to do. And minus a selfie stick, that's exactly what he's fucking doing. So, just Cousins going to get on the sack, be second in a mile. The thing's going to be is, in the end, over the course of however long they're going to play this out for, is if they give him time, let him do what he wants to do, put him in a good situation, which they are, but if not, and the crowd's not like it, they're going to change it up, and it's just going to go south, and good luck getting back, because, I could see, because they release how many people anymore all the damn time. In the long run, Austin Theory might be a part. I'm not saying anybody, or he in particular, should get fired by any means. Even though you could take it like that, I get it. He might be a part of that next batch for all we know. That's why it's always so shocking sometimes when that shit does in fact happen. But, with what WWE is doing in general, I mean, it's just is what it is. They're going to do what they want. We got to live with it one way or another. It's just so bland and stale hardly anymore. You have your few major things that stand out, and everything else is just, what the fuck are you doing? And Tyler Conklin gets laid out. That'll be a 15-yard personal foul. And, of course, you can hear some fans yelling, no way. Personal foul. We'll see if they say targeting. They don't. Still going to be 15-yard first down. Hopefully he's okay. He took a shot. I believe he still caught it, too. As Cousins threaded the needle and put it into coverage, and he went up for it, and boom, no helmet to helmet, but anymore, I mean, like I've said, it's not the pass, it's the present. He didn't catch it. It was almost picked off, so it was incomplete, but they get the penalty. You can't be laying out somebody like that and not expect to get a penalty called against you, whether you think it's the right, decision or not. More people would watch if players were getting hit like that all the damn time, no doubt about it. But because of the safety aspect to it, which, just let them fucking play. That's why they're throwing the penalty. And the thing with penalties, if it's a penalty, okay, call it. If not, don't. Yeah, there's no helmet. That's just jarring the ball as well, maybe a little bit on the face mask, but not much. That's not targeting. Like, it wasn't the crown of the helmet, the top of the helmet. It's not like he rammed his way in. Like, but when you teach somebody how to tackle, like, you're leading with your head. Like, there's no in between, and they try to work their way around it, and, like, it's hard to explain. Like, if you know, you know, and it's the basics. It's common sense. It's, as that looks like it'll be the end of the first quarter, final play of the quarter. A few yard run there for Dalvin Cook to pick up the Viking first down. They lead at the end of 7-0. So, yeah, we will stay with it till halftime. And then we'll sign off here in about another half hour or so, probably. But like anymore, it's flag football. Like, you can't even tackle somebody without getting a penalty called against you. So, it is what it is, but I guess that's where we're at with that. Chicago, of course, going to have to make a few stops here. Still early, though. But Minnesota's playing all right. This is how they played, though, early last week against Pittsburgh. But they were more powerful, more quick to the punch. Because they put it to Pittsburgh until the Steelers started to stop them and started to come back because the Vikings abandoned the run in the second half. If they do that again tonight, they might be, of course, in the end, calling it a season at that point, because if they lose, they're done for it. But yeah, we'll see how this plays out. But 7-0 at the end of one for the Vikings on top of the Bears. Get back to the action here on Monday Night Raw. Singles match continuing with Finn Balor and Austin Theory. But once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below.
Subway has so much new, it didn't fit in that last ad. Like the new deli-style oven roasted turkey and new hickory smoked bacon. It's the Eat Fresh, Refresh at Subway. There's so much new, you don't even have time for this guy. Oh, and there's smashed avocado, too.
Some things can't be tried at home. Where next? With Capital One, the possibilities are unlimited. Introducing Venture X, our new class of travel. Earn 10x miles on hotels and 5x miles on flights booked through Capital One Travel. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges. Find your where next with Venture X. What's in your bag?
While we were away, more discussion about the 15-yard penalty on Deion Bush. 26, 8th life for Chicago, second career 15-yard.
Matt Nagy was laying into the officials during the break. He's pissed off for the penalty. And then he got a penalty of his own. So that's an automatic first down. So now he's costing his... At least he's fighting for his team. He's sticking up for him. But you got to watch yourself. Cousins in the end zone, incomplete. Yeah, you got to fight for your team. I mean, that's showing signs that he wants to be the coach, so don't fire me, whether we're winning or losing. Like, give me another chance. Give me another shot. Will they, in the end? Who knows? We'll see. But, I mean, it was a penalty. It was 15 yards and first down, but, yeah, he's got to watch himself. He obviously said something. He was laying in the rest. And then he cost his team another 15 yards for unsportsmanlike foul, and he gets on one of those, whether he's a player, assistant coach, or the head coach, now it's getting chippy. He'll get thrown out. I mean, hell, Steve Adazio got thrown out by Colorado State, and then he got fired by him because he was sticking up for his team on a penalty. So, like I said, at least Matt Nagy's sticking up for his team, and he's fighting for him. But now 3rd down and 10 for the Vikings, got a whistle, and we're going to have a timeout by Minnesota. And Matt Nagy wants a flag. He wants to delay a game. Yeah, no, there was no penalty on that. They got the timeout. He wants a explanation. He says that's a penalty when it wasn't. Yeah, he's hot right now. He's not letting loose. He's not giving up. Which you got to respect. Somebody pisses you off, you're going to fight back. Stand up for what you believe in. So, tell him how it is. If that's what it's going to take for him to keep his job, get the fans behind him in that regard, then honestly, so be it, In the end, is it going to be enough? As Finn Balor defeats Austin Theory via pinfall on Raw? Probably not, because, one little thing's not going to make the difference in that regard for as much as he's lost already. So, we'll see how it plays out. But the thing is, who the hell are you going to hire? There's candidates, of course. There's been a lot of rumors swirling with who could take over in Vegas, and Rich Bisaccia, they might in the end just end up keeping him as the full-time head coach. But Jacksonville's open, Chicago's probably going to open, like I said, Minnesota as well. Cousins goes down the sack. It's worked out, but it hasn't over the past few years. Be 4th down, and the Vikings drawn for a field goal minute into the second quarter. Both New York teams, maybe even Carolina, Houston, Denver, to name a few, as mentioned over the past few days or so. But, Black Monday in the NFL technically would be in 2 weeks' time, okay? But because of the expanded regular season, that's not going to be for another 3 weeks until January the 10th. Because the final regular season Sunday is January the 9th. Black Monday is the day after in which coaches get fired. But the league had announced a couple weeks ago that teams, and that's why, of course, we just saw Jacksonville fire Urban Meyer. For cause, they're not going to pay him now, I guess. So that'll go to court, and it'll probably get ugly, as he was heartbroken and devastated, so he said. But he lost the team, lost their respect because of his ego, it seemed like, at least. And that's why I said potentially if Chicago loses now tonight, maybe Matt Nagy gets fired tomorrow. Teams can start interviewing candidates next Monday on the 27th, earlier than usual, for a head coaching opportunity. So we'll see how that all unfolds. We'll talk about all that at a later date. But The Miz with can't believe it look on his face as AJ Styles and Almas walk up to him. He's probably a little upset that the Browns just lost, but as the Bears are down by 10, Rollins doesn't have much leeway either. AJ Styles, though, in the meantime, with Georgia in the college football playoff, well, even as a Falcon fan, they still blew a 23 lead in the Super Bowl a couple years back. He's got more leverage over both of them combined. But we're going to have Miz TV on Raw. And from what I saw, as WWE Day 1 is 1 week from Saturday, here comes The Miz. they're going to have a Edge segment tonight, too, if I'm not mistaken. And at day one, it'll be Miz and Edge in singles competition. But Miz TV is going to feature AJ Styles and Almost. Let's check out WWE social media on Twitter for what they've announced is to come tonight on the Red Brand. Because, like I said earlier, I had no idea what to expect. Because I normally do look before streaming if I'm streaming. But, of course, the Monday Night Game early, all eyes on that. Now we're about an hour into Raw. Let's go back to a little bit ago and see what they did, in fact, announce. And Miz tweeting, don't miss Miz TV tonight. Which that's coming up next. We just saw Finn Balor defeat Austin Theory. Okay. So there's a 2 for 2. We've seen, of course, the Big E, Seth Rollins, Kevin Owens, Bobby Lashley stuff. There's the Edge segment. Okay, yeah, the Cutting Edge returning tonight. Edge going to invite Maurice to the Cutting Edge. Maybe Beth Phoenix getting into it. We'll see. Well, other than that, I guess they didn't even hardly announce anything once again this week either. So, well, all right. There we go with that. But Miz TV coming up next. And then we'll have the Cutting Edge later, and then we'll see what else they add in. But 1st and 10 incomplete on that. Got a penalty on the play, though. Be 2nd and 10 for the Bears, but holding on the defense, automatic 1st down. And they'll keep the drive alive. Commercial break on Raw. Miz TV coming up. Monday Night Football, though. 1st and 10, Bears down 10 to zip. 11 and change to play before halftime. As we're only going to stay on until halftime here tonight of this matchup because we just witnessed the Raiders, if you're just now tuning in, defeat the Browns on a game-winning field goal. 16-14 over the past, however long it's been, 4.5, 5 hours now. So that's where we are. 2nd down. Second down and 5. 2nd and 6. Fields on a play action rollout, fakes the give. We'll tuck it and run, and ooh. Big hit down at the 19, be 3rd and short. Got sandwiched there, and as he fell to his knees, he sort of cracked back trying to get up, and just, yeah, that was a little awkward. I'm sure Bear fans are saying, why isn't that a penalty? Because that's sort of what the other one was earlier on that personal foul, with no helmet-to-helmet contact on either, but very similar. 3rd down and 3 from the 19-yard line. 10.5 to play before half. Fields looking to throw. It's going to be caught. And a 1st down for Chicago, the 13-yard line, 1st and 10. We get a SmackDown recap on Raw this 9 o'clock hour before Miz TV. SmackDown this past week was very below average, with the main event segment being the only good thing that happened. And the needle mover now, the current Universal Champion, and the big dog travel chief, who we should still acknowledge, Roman Reigns, fired his special counsel, the wise man, and Paul Heyman, who's the advocate to the Beast Incarnate Brock Lesnar. And at day one, on January the 1st, we will have a WWE Universal Heavyweight Championship matchup with Reigns and Lesnar for the title. So, a week from Saturday. With Christmas this week, New Year's to follow. Hopefully, everyone has a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Second down and 7, and flag on the play as Minnesota has the football. David Montgomery brought down on a tackle for loss. It'll be 3rd and 9. But penalty, it looks like it's on Chicago with the refs going over to talk to Mike Zimmer. So it's either going to be 2nd and long or 3rd and 9. Depends on if he wants to take the down or not. Offside on the offense? Penalties decline, 3rd and 9. How the hell can you get an offside on the offense? Especially if you're a wide receiver. You should line up with the ref. He'll give you the signal you're good to go. Obviously, you didn't. And, yeah, he's offside by a foot. So, 3rd down and 9. There's the highlight of Reigns firing Heyman, saying, even as much as you've done for my family the past half century, you're fired. And then he Superman punched him, was going to hit him with a steel chair, but then Lesnar came out. Yep. That was the best part of SmackDown. Everything else sucked. And then next week's episode, this upcoming Friday, results are out there if you want to read spoilers, but I won't. I'll watch it, but will I watch it Christmas Eve? I don't know, probably not. And it's probably not much better. Like, the build, once again, to these pay-per-views for the WWE, just ever since SummerSlam, they've been piss poor. You know, it's like, how do you expect to intrigue somebody to watch your product with what you're doing to begin with isn't much to begin with? So, I mean, yeah, us loyal diehards will continue to watch for some unknown reason. Just don't know why. You know, because they're not going to learn unless we quit watching. You know? All they worried about is goddamn ratings anyway, so they'll never learn, but neither will we. Like, it's just, it's hard, it's odd, it's pro wrestling. It's just is what it is. But Miz TV coming up next. He'll have AJ Styles and Almost. So when, I mean, honestly, you have 2 talk shows and a 3-hour show of pro wrestling with Miz TV and the Cutting Edge, just to continue one story. Yeah, that's probably going to tell you how bad the show's going to be, because this hour hasn't been anything special. It hasn't. Like, come on, man, what the hell are you doing? And it's all with the booking. It's all how they portray it to be, and that's the thing. If they make it believable, then okay. If not, and it's like, what the hell is this? People are still going to watch, but people are going to retaliate more than they ever have. But their business, they're going to do what they want, and they're going to roll on, whether we like it or not. So it is what it is. But in the meantime here, at a Vikings challenge, actually, so it is a fumble, and it's Viking football. 1st and 10 Minnesota, another turnover. Wow. So they declined the penalty on that same play of the fumble with the offside, and they challenge it. And after all that, he was not down. That's a good challenge. And they win it. The ball is out. That's a fumble. Ball's clearly out. They recover it. Just imagine if they wanted to blow the whistle dead. That would have been a scoop and score touchdown on a fumble recovery for 6. I have the football. That's a fumble. They challenge it, and they win the challenge. But now they'll have a 1st and 10 at the 12 rather than a touchdown that they probably should have, but they blew it dead. But that's a safe bet. You blow it dead, and then you go from there. See if Minnesota can capitalize again with another few points off of a Bear turnover. Because they've already scored off of one with 3. Already with a 7-0 lead, so 10 zip here, 8:58 and counting to play in this first half. I mean, you're up 13, 17-0 at halftime. You know, back to, what I said earlier in the Raider-Brown game, that should still be enough to win it for you, but you got to keep doing you in the second half, whereas the Raiders did, but they didn't. You know, they gave up 14, and then they still got a chance, and they still found a way to win, and that's all that matters anyway. So, the way this is going, Minnesota's going to win this game. 2nd and 6, another handoff. The Bears defense get off the field, actually do something on offense. I mean, hell, that was their best drive, and they coughed it up with another turnover. 2 fumbles, 2 turnovers, and the Bears turnover trouble the last 3 games. 9 turnovers when they haven't been plus in that category whatsoever. -9. 9 turnovers, but they haven't taken the ball from the other team away either. At all. 0. So, the Bear necessities is you don't turn the football over. And 3rd down, Cousins going to go deep, and it's going to be incomplete drop. Good coverage. But I mean, until offensively for Chicago, they get rolling. Defense, it looks like, going to keep them in this game. Minnesota, though, I still think they're a little bit better and more powerful than the Bears are. So we'll see if the Vikings can, go bear hunting here tonight on Monday Night Football. But they can't abandon the run in the second half like they did last week against the Steelers. They can't. Because if they do, it's not going to happen twice for them. They can find a way to win. And just hope to win late. Like you did enough early. Bears on the punt return, running all over the damn place. And I don't even know how big of a return that was. But 1st and 10 now to 35. But just only 2 yards now on the return, they say, after he ran like 200 yards. But no, Minnesota, they can't abandon the run in the second half. If they do, they're going to be done for. Because Chicago's going to make a few big plays and find a way to win it then, I think, at that point. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. But that's where we are. 10-0 Vikings on top of the Bears. Miz TV continuing on Raw with AJ Styles. Him and Almost, hopefully at some point in time soon, will be breaking up. We'll probably also have a few other tag teams break up at some point in time in the near future. But the main one's going to be RK Bro, like I've stated before, back to Kevin Owens resigning. Yeah, Riddle, chance to win the Rumble, but he won't because RK Bro's going to break up. Like, that might be when they do that Orton turns on him. He throws him out, and then they continue that feud there for a singles match at Mania. And then Riddle to win Money in the Bank. Because I think they see him as a future champion, no doubt about it. And then have Owens win the Royal Rumble then at that point and give him his championship match and allow him to win it at the show of shows as well. So we'll see what happens from now until then. But we're a week and a half away from WWE Day 1. I'll have live watch along reactions live here on YouTube on New Year's. College football earlier on the day, the Outback Bowl, Penn State, Arkansas. And then the nightcap, 8 o'clock Eastern Time, WWE Day 1, with more college football, New Year's Day bowl games on as well. But just be sure to tune back in. Like, follow, and subscribe as always on social media. Links in the description below. And on Miz TV, as AJ Styles and Almost are being conversated with, here come the Mysterios, Rey and Dominic Mysterio. they're going to face AJ and Almost in the RK Bro tournament final, and the winner to face RK Bro, Orton, and Riddle at day one for the tag team titles. That match is actually coming up next. Okay. From 35, 1st and 10, though, for the Bears. Down 10 here, midway through the second quarter, as we're near halftime. Handoff, David Montgomery, and he gets out past midfield to the 49-yard line. And he'll have another 1st and 10. Run it, open up the pass. Give Fields opportunities to make plays. Whether that's going to be him airing it out or keeping himself and running for a few first downs. But 1st and 10 again for the Bears at midfield. And Justin Fields will hand off. Another give to 32. David Montgomery. And no gain on the play, 2nd down.
He's going to be a free agent in the offseason. And he's a 4th-year player. And so is that somebody that they're going to commit to and build around? The question is, I think they have no choice. They need to make sure they keep their 3-2 and work here together. Mustipur has been a solid performer for them. Between Daniels, Mustipur, and Whitehair,
2nd down and 11 officially. Justin Fields wants the play call again. They'll get it. They'll have under 10 seconds, though, before play clock expires. They're actually going to call timeout. Make sure they're set. Okay. Because he was still motioning, hey, what's the play call? And that shuts off after a certain time. And he had about, I think, 11 seconds before he broke the huddle. So 2nd down, 2nd and 11 for Chicago after the timeout. They both have 2 remaining, plus a 2-minute warning here before halftime. And then we'll sign off. But be sure to tune back in tomorrow as well for an update on how this game finished. But then also live watch long reactions live here on YouTube of NFL Tuesday Night Football. It'll be Washington and Philly for myself. And then we'll update with Seattle and LA throughout that matchup as well. So 2nd down from midfield. Fields looking to throw. Step up. Dumps it off. It's caught. And Khalil Herbert going to get 6, maybe 7, be 3rd and short. Third and 3 officially. Okay, 3rd and 3. Vikings capitalize off the first fumble, not the second, though. Drive stays alive for Chicago. Fields on a keeper up the middle, slides and gets the 1st down around the 31. 1st and 10, Chi-Town. The Bears looking to cut this lead before halftime. If they can, at home, take this game into the 4th quarter, going to have a good chance to win it. I still think Minnesota's going to find a way to win, though. Whether that's holding on to win this with a 10-point lead right now or having come back themselves, I think Minnesota's going to find a way to win. But they've also lost to the Lions, who tied the Steelers, but then they just beat the Steelers. So, plus they beat Green Bay, arguably the best team in the league. So, I mean, if Chicago can keep it close, low scoring, they're going to have a chance. If this gets out of hand and it turns into a blowout or a shootout, yeah, good luck coming back, because Minnesota's going to find a way to definitely win that at that point. 2nd down, Fields dumps it off, and we'll see where they spotted that. He's going to be half yard short, it looks like. 3rd and 1.
Really nice route by Mooney, sitting this ball down. See, Kendricks was driving outside, so he sits down and then he turns inside, and he's able to get almost to the first down line. No question, Justin Fields' favorite target this season.
So third and short, third and 1. 3 to play before halftime. This first half, in my opinion, is absolutely flown by, but you know, we let in with a game prior to this, unlike usual. Got a false start, 3rd and 6 now for the Bears. And then also, of course, as always, on Monday nights with Monday Night Football, during football season at least, WWE Monday Night Raw, live watch on reactions as well. So here we are. Just be sure to subscribe. Hit that red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well if you haven't done so already. And thank you once again for tuning in and listening. 3rd down and 6 following the penalty with Austin, 3:16 to play in this first half. 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning to come. AJ Styles and Almost taking on Dom and Rey Mysterio. Winner to face RK Bro for the Raw Tag Team titles. Toss near side on 3rd and 6. That's a hold. They still don't get the first down anyway. They're going to have to attempt a field goal. Yeah, he's a good 1.5 yards, 2 yards short, 4th down. So here comes the kicker not named Robbie Golden. They should have never got rid of him. But for the brand, going to have to settle for 3. Minnesota's going to have... Yeah, well, they're going to go for it here, actually. Okay, Bears get the ball to begin the second half, yeah, because they kicked off. About a 17-second differential. But if they don't convert, Minnesota is going to have 2 timeouts plus 2 minutes and change to try to drive and extend their lead before half. Fields near side. It's caught. They get the first down. They go for it on 4th and 1 and throw a 10-yard pass. And Montgomery gets it down to the 2-minute warning now. And if they don't score here before halftime, because if they do, just think. I mean, you want some points now, but if they don't score, that's going to be a shame. Because the same thing happened to Cleveland. Because the field goal in that matchup that they didn't have because of icing the kicker closed the first half, came back, and with everything else that happened, if they have that, they win. But they missed it. But I've said my piece on that. You can go back and listen to just something again. You always got to rely on special teams. You kick it. You kick it. And the Mysterios defeat AJ Styles and Almost. Why is Postman Adam Pearce and Sonya Deville front row? Or is that just a couple that looks like them? But here comes the turn. Almost didn't tag in. AJ gets rolled up 1, 2, 3. So they're going to turn on one another. Whether that's now or sometime soon. Yeah, they're going to be breaking up. As thought and good, because Styles needs to go back to doing what AJ Styles does. But, whatchamacallit there, what was I saying? No, because if they score here, get the ball to begin the second half, score there as well. Or that's 2 field goals and you're still down. Touchdown and field goal. Okay, you're tied, or 2 touchdowns. You're in the lead early, mid-third quarter. Momentum probably. Then, okay, you're sitting pretty. AJ Styles turned on Almost on Monday Night Raw. Hits him with a Pele kick. And now he's going to go for the final forearm. And he does hit that a little bit. He's going to go for a second, though. Almost, he's a giant. He's on his feet, though, still. He hasn't moved. He's going to catch him, and it looks like he's going to choke slam him. And good. Thank God they're doing this. And just a big slam. Even after Almost goes over Styles in the end, how long is that going to last for? That's the other big thing in the end. Like come, I don't know, 6-9 months from now, if not longer. Because go back, just for an example, I'm not saying this is like that, but just as a tag team with an average sized guy and a giant. End zone Cass. What did Big Cass do after End Zone Cass broke up? Not a damn thing. Okay? And Almost now cutting a promo, but it's wrestling. Like, you got to be able to do everything. And It's all how it's portrayed. It's how they book them. Now, if they book them well, okay, it works out. But if not, like they fired Strowman after how long? You know, they'll just Styles will be around if he wants to be there, but his contract's going to be coming up in the late summer, early fall of next year. So who knows? Maybe he'll be one of the next to go to AEW as well. Fields goes down the sack. He's hurt. Ball comes out, fumble, but it'll be second down for Chicago. They'll maintain possession here. So we'll end Monday Night Raw here, about an hour and a half or so in, with AJ Styles turn on Almost, and now they'll feud from now until, well, really whenever the hell they end it, probably at Mania, which might be pushing it a little too further, longer on down the road, but yeah, we'll end Raw in that regard because we're going to end this first half here shortly, and then we'll sign off. But just as always, once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. 2nd and 24, though, for the Bears. Minute 48 and 2 timeouts. Vikings call timeout there. Here comes Orton and Riddle, though, RK Bro, hearing voices in their head as they ride to the ring on a scooter. Actually, just Randy Orton. Of course, we all know he has venom in his veins, too, but the Legend Killer, one half of the Raw Tag Team Champions. He would be the one I would think to turn on Riddle, but it might be the other way around. Because I think we always thought Almost was turn on Styles, but it was Styles turn on Almost. You know, depends on what they want to do. It is what it is. At least they finally break up that pair. They will with RK Bro eventually, and they'll get into Mania with a singles match there. Believe me, that's exactly what's going to happen. Up next, oh good God, Jesus fucking Christ! Talk about people who shouldn't be allowed to do what they're doing. Not saying anybody should lose their job, but Gable, but more so than not Otis. It'll be Orton against Chad Gable in singles action next on Raw. So guess what? Riddle's going to come out and hit one of the two of them for the finish. Maybe both Otis and Gable. Not American Alpha, but the Alpha Academy. How clever. And Orton will win. Yeah. Give us day one video package. But in the meantime, 3rd and 24, Fields complete, but not enough for a first down. And they'll still have to attempt a field goal here. So they went for it on 4th and 1 earlier. Yeah, this will be 4th and... let's see where they spotted at. They give them 11 yards. So 4th and 13. You got to kick it. And from here, it's going to be about 35-yard field goal, give or take. Where's the ball spotted at? That's what I want to know. 34-yarder. Okay, that was close. Yard off. It all depends on the spot. It's either a 7 or an 8-yard differential with the snap, the hold, and the kick, because you go from where the ball was spotted at plus the 10 yards in the end zone, and then, you know, snap, hold, kick, and kicks up and good. Chicago being jolly on the board with 3. 10-3 Vikings. They'll have a timeout in a minute 33 to try to do something before halftime. But right now, Chicago will update some stats. They probably won't get the ball back. Justin Fields, because we're going to sign off here at halftime. He's 8 of 9, 85 yards passing. Grant has 2 carries, 17 yards. Fields has 3 carries, 11 yards. Mooney 1 for 11. But Dave Montgomery's running the ball extremely well right now. 11 carries, 45 yards rushing. And then Mooney has 3 catches, 42 yards receiving. Cole Kmet, David Montgomery, 3 catches total for 24 yards. Bird, 1 for 11. Khalil Herbert, 1 for 8 out of the backfield. And my TV loses volume again during the commercial break. It must be that damn commercial, because it was the same one as it was earlier. So I don't know why they're allowing that to still run with no sound, but okay, it is what it is. In the meantime, we'll hold off and update Viking stats right at the half, and then we'll sign off. But they're getting the ball back here, and that's why we'll wait. Up 7 right now, 10-3, minute and a half with one timeout, and a 7-point lead before half. So 10-3, one timeout, and a minute and a half to go before half to try to do something. But then the Bears will get the ball back to begin the third quarter of play. So that's where we're at. Most part, that's where we'll leave off. But be sure to tune back in tomorrow night as well. NFL, Tuesday night football, live watch long reactions, live here on the YouTube channel. Next week, of course, as always, hopefully everyone has a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I'll say this, just you'll have to be sure to tune in. You got to subscribe though first. Easiest way to stay up to date is, in fact, on social media. That's really the only way you'll know when I'm live right here on YouTube, because Thursday, Saturday, maybe not, we'll see. Most definitely next Sunday and Monday with Steelers, Chiefs, and then Dolphins, Saints for Monday Night Football. Oh God, Austin Theory's banging on, or he was about ready to knock on Vince McMahon's door, but he walks away. All right, that's interesting. They'll play that out. How much you want to bet Shane's going to come back and feud with Austin Theory? Put him over. Yep. Because Theory's sort of the prodigal son for Vince right now, but we all know who the real one is, and it's Shane O'Mac. So I wouldn't be shocked if that happens. Some Chicago deep dish pizza being ate up in the booth. And down on the field with Lisa Salters, of course. No Manning cast tonight, but on Monday Night Football with Steve Levy, Louis Riddick, and Brian Greasy. Lisa Salters down the field. No Peyton Eli tonight or next week. They'll be back in the new year. 1st and 10, Vikings though. Cousins near side, caught. 9 yards on the reception, 2nd and short. Actually, no timeouts. They get out of bounds. And now John Perry, the official in the booth, he's also munching on that slice of pizza. 2nd down and 1. And Cousins going to step up. Strip sack. And the Vikings luckily recover. They'll have a 3rd down. Chicago 2 timeouts in a minute plus. Why not call timeout here? Stop the clock. Call another timeout. Then you get the ball back. Probably have to drive the length of the field. You know about it with no timeouts and a little no time, but at least you're going to give yourself a chance. Minnesota hurries up. I don't know why. Deep ball. Cousins. Who the fuck are you throwing to? There was nobody there. None. He literally lobbed it up, and there was nobody there other than the Chicago defender that picked him off. And now they have good starting field position, 46 seconds and 2 timeouts. Unless somebody slipped and fell or ran the wrong route. He went dead center down the field. His receiver slipped and fell. He wanted a penalty and didn't get it. And that's a good no call. Yeah, they tripped themselves. They both got tangled up, and that's why there was no flag. No. You can bitch about all that want. You're not going to get that. No. Quit crying like LeBron. Just no. What the hell are you doing, dude? Like, seriously. That's like fucking up a hold when your college team's in place for a BCS bowl berth. But no, you lose, and now you're an assistant coach in the NFL. But all jokes aside, Cousins, who the hell are you throwing to? Literally, there was nobody there, none. Are you seeing ghosts now too? Like, what the hell? Yeah, if Chicago can score a few more points here, touchdown would be even better for them because they get the ball to begin the third quarter. 2nd and 4, they run the screen out of the backfield, complete to Dave Montgomery. They're going to call one of their 2 timeouts. 3rd down 3, 37 seconds. But let alone, you kick a field goal, you have to score points now after the interception. So just as Minnesota capitalized with 3 off the first Bear fumble, we'll see if the Bears can do the same off the Viking interception. You have to score some points here. But, yeah, touchdown would be better. Let alone kick a field goal. 10-6, you trail at half with how this game started. And then do something early third quarter and, either cut it again on another field goal. Eventually you're going to have to quit settling for 3, but score, take the lead, or even extend it at that point, depending on what happens here. You're in good company. You are. Orton hits an RKO, picks up the win in his thought. 3rd down and 2, and Justin Fields incomplete near side, so they can't even take time off the clock. And now they're going to have to kick another field goal. And this will be from about 50 yards out.
This could be either the quarterback or it could be the back run that route too deep as well. So just because it looks like an inaccurate throw doesn't always mean it was an inaccurate.
It wasn't a bad play, but yeah, it was how it was executed. So Cairo Santos, just as he learned how to kick a football playing Madden, the former Chief, officially from 49 here, good for 3 on the last drive. This kick going to be up and no good. So they can't even capitalize off a turnover. Still 10-3. 28 seconds, and guess what? The Vikings are getting the ball back with still no timeouts, but time. They'll probably take a knee and head on into halftime to play it safe, I bet, because of the turnover on the last drive. Ball was tipped at the line of scrimmage. That's why it fell short. The thumb was just enough. But the thing is, with Chicago, they're still going to get the ball to begin the second half. So if they can do something then, cut it, tie it up, a whole new ball game in the second half, no doubt about it. But we'll update, of course, what happens then tomorrow night. So be sure to tune back in. 1st and 10, they're going to run a few plays here. Cousins going to step up. It's caught and can't get out of bounds, so you got to go. You got 2nd and 3, you got to spike it, or just get the ball off and run another play here. They will spike it with 11 seconds of a 3rd down and 3. 3rd and 2 with 11 seconds. You got 2 plays to get field goal range. You do. Will you, though? Who knows? We'll see. But Justin Fields at the half, he's going to be 10-12 for 93 yards passing. David Montgomery, 11 carries, 45 yards rushing. And we'll once again hold off with Minnesota here. 3rd and 2. 11 seconds, no timeouts. You got to get out of bounds. Out of the gun, Cousins looking to throw. And down the far side, incomplete. A little too much to Justin Jefferson. Incomplete. 4th down, they're going to have to heave it. I mean, not a bad play call. Just a little too much. Jefferson still, I think if he would have one-handed that, he would have been out of bounds incomplete anyway. So still would have fell incomplete, and he'd still be probably heaving it now. So 4th down and 2. Here comes Damian Priest. We'll see what they have in store for him. But a lot of add-ins for Raw because they really didn't have a whole lot advertised. 4th and 2, and with 5 seconds, Cousins going to roll out near side and heave it, not even to the end zone. How about 10 rows deep into the stands, and it falls incomplete. And we hit halftime with the Vikings on top of the Bears. 10-3 with the Chicago Bears to receive the second half kick. So not a lot going there for either team to close at the half by any means. But at halftime, the Vikings lead the Bears 10-3. Kirk Cousins, 9 of 16, 60 yards passing, a touchdown interception. Justin Fields, 10 of 12 for 93 yards passing. Dalvin Cook has 10 carries, 44 yards rushing. And David Montgomery has 11 carries, 45 yards rushing. This is all, of course, after the Raiders defeated the Browns earlier on a game-winning field goal by the final score of 16-14. But that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports. Cohen Luke 96 live right here on YouTube this evening for NFL Monday Night Football with the doubleheader live watch-along reactions. Raiders defeating the Browns and the Vikings on top of the Bears at halftime, 10-3, along with WWE Monday Night Raw. So once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to, as always, like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And we get highlights from the earlier contest with the Raiders and Browns. Vegas on top by 10 at the half. And 2 touchdowns with another field goal by the Raiders to make it 13-7. They got in field goal range to kick the game winner. So 16-14, your final score there. And Minnesota on top, Chicago here, 10-3. But, yeah, as mentioned, that'll do it for myself here tonight. Just be sure to tune back in tomorrow night, live here on YouTube. NFL live watch-along reactions for Tuesday Night Football. And no, we will not be watching NXT 2.0 either. I have not watched that shit in almost 4 months because they have absolutely destroyed what NXT used to be. So, yeah. Even though that'll be on tomorrow night, and we're watching a duo of football and wrestling tonight, we won't be tomorrow night, but hopefully we'll tune back in. And as mentioned, once again, following the Raider win over the Browns 16-14, and the Vikings on top of the half, 10-3 against Chicago Bears, and WWE Monday Night Raw about halfway through the show tonight. That'll do it once again for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. So thanks for tuning in and listening, and be sure to like, follow, and subscribe as always on social media. Links